Would you like to network with white positive people in your area to rid your community of anti-whitism, to help ensure the well-being of Westernkind? If so, please consider joining or creating a Go Free club. Go Free or Going Free clubs are dedicated to teaching the practice of going free of the anti-white meme pathogens preventing Westernkind from protecting themselves from anti-whitism. By forming clubs, white positive members of a community can help each other to overcome the anti-white propaganda they have been infected with by utilizing the teachings of Jason Kuna's book, Go Free. Go Free clubs have been forming throughout Western civilization since October 2021. If you are interested in joining a club, simply reach out to the founder by email, and they will begin the vetting process to ensure you are white positive and willing to positively contribute to the club. You do not need to provide any identifying information to begin the vetting process, but you will need to meet with a club representative in person before joining an in-person meeting. In addition to joining an existing club, please consider forming your own if you live in an area currently lacking a club. Current clubs may be dedicated to entire countries or states, but as membership grows, clubs can begin to form at the city and town level. Mr. V, the founder of the first Go Free Club, is serving as the leader of the other Go Free Club founders. He will walk you through the process of forming your own club. Please reach out to him at gofreeclub@protonmail.com. Please help us to ensure the well-being of Westernkind and Western civilization. Thank you.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't give back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there lost, my eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Damn right, let's get it. Today we'll be covering the Scott Adams on Black People video. I will review. Lesson of the day is the Antag from the glossary, jealousy and envy. How does that play a role in anti-whites and anti-whitism? And the MP yard sign that reads, hate has no home here. We'll tell you how to destroy that when you get in conversation with folks. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this. A nurse was by her bed when Ben Shapiro's sister woke up. Hello, you fell into a light coma during childbirth, and you have been asleep for 3 months. How do you feel? Ben's sister blurted out, my babies! How are my babies? The nurse smiled and said, you had a boy and a girl. They're doing fine, and your brother Ben named them. Oh, no! Ben's sister cried out. Not him! He's an idiot! What did he name the little girl? Denise, responded the nurse. Oh, said Ben's sister. That's actually nice. And what did he name the boy? The nurse smiled. The nephew. Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. We're going free. It is a great Sunday evening, Monday morning around planet Earth. In the once great state of Virginia, it's 5 p.m. outside of Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. It's glorious outside. The sun is shining. It's in the upper 50s here in the once great state of Virginia. It is wonderful to see every one of you. We're going to have a fantastic time together. We're going to get started really quickly by saying you may financially gift over the course of this gathering. If you choose to do so, I will be most appreciative of it. You could do so over at Entropy, which is up and running right now at a cost of 15% to you, but it's 15% that those good people at Entropy deserve. You can head on over to Odyssey. You may financially gift there in cash or their cryptocurrency, or you can go to DLive and use their cryptocurrency to gift there as well. Or you can go over to Cash App, which is over to the monitors on my right, your left. And can you believe that Ben named his sister's son the nephew? He's witty. He's witty. He comes up with the best names. But anyhow, feeling good, folks. I hope you're feeling good. It's going to be a wonderful gathering. We got a lot to talk about tonight. There's a lot going on. The anti-whites are afoot. They are marching apace out there in the world, and they are financing some very ugly things to divide the right so that, one, Donald J. Trump can't win the presidency. The writing is all over the world. Oh, my God, it's all over the walls. Brad Danger is here. Look at that great champ, and he's already in. There's the great Jerome V. Art Acrobats, World Conqueror. Chris is here. Franklin, the champ, is here. Wonderful to see every single one of you. Let's get started right away with the action item. Very quickly, we're going to have a few things, some swashbuckling announcements to hit, and we're going to get right into this story about Scott Adams and why he says to never be around black people again. And we'll see exactly what's going on there. And very first action item, you head on over to my Twitter or you head on over to Sloth's Twitter, and you will retweet, you will share, you will retweet, and you will quote tweet the great tweet that Sloth's just made about the one and only Luke Mason, Imminent Reign, and the next song on the album that Sloth's is sharing, because the album is being released in April, and we're building up to that big release, Imminent Reign's big album, building up to it right now. Make sure that you get involved in this action item. We want more and more people to be aware of the great work that Luke Mason has done and this big release that we're building up to. We're going to make epic. We're going to make so epic. So please do that. That's our action item today. And have some. Get out your raucous emojis, 07s. And we're going to start it right now because, my friends, the Sloths, the great Sloths, pointed out this past week that there was a content creator on YouTube that was using the phrase black erasure. Yes, that's not a coincidence. That's the work that we're doing. That is another one of my predictions to all of those folks decades ago about the proof of concept of the work that we are doing here. When the anti-whites use our lexicon and they flip the script. So not only were they say anti-white, anti-whitism, as I said they would, as so many others said, no, they'll never do that. No, they'll never say that. I also said proof of concept will be when they flip the script in our tale, and we're seeing that across the board, that everything I said would happen is exactly happening as it should. God, man, this is totally epic. Thank you very much, Sloths, for seeing that and for sharing that. Big attaboy to the great Sloths. We're going to keep it going. Raucous emoji, swashbuckling announcements. Very brief. We're going to get right into Scott Adams. Yizz, the unifier, has her picnic coming up in April. The big picnic. Everybody's going to go. I'm going to be there. Maybe we'll drag Trump in there. It's going to be totally marvelous. We'll talk more about that later in the stream of the regular announcements. We will also talk more about the fact that I am going to be on Yizz's great show this coming Wednesday in the morning, I think at 11. We'll talk about that a little bit more later in the show at the great announcements. But we're going to have some raucous emojis, some 07s, actually make it 007s, 007s for the great Yizz the Unifier, who went over on the Pete, what is this? Pete Quinones show. And she was over on that show. She said that he has a regularly 25 to 30,000 subs. And she was able to go over there, talk about the Go Free method, and actually read 20 pages of Go Free with him and his community. A totally unbelievably glorious thing that the great Yizz, the Unifier, has done very recently. God bless that sister. Big swashbuckling, epic swash. And we're going to keep going with the 07s and the epic swash celebrations for the great Kate, whose tweet this last week has now hit 600,000 views over there on Twitter. And that means hundreds, according to the stats over there on Twitter, of new people who have gone over to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org, where you can go to if you would like to financially gift me in a cryptocurrency. You will see financially gift as one of the tabs. You can click on that. You'll see the wallets that we have, which includes Bitcoin, Ethereum, etc. You will also see a snail mail address at which you can mail me. And I love the mailbag. We got some great mail in the mailbag today. We're going to be getting to it in just a moment. 07s for the great Kate and the great work that she has done with this tweet, reaching hundreds and hundreds of folks, getting them over to the website. Epic swash for these two ladies getting started right at the beginning. I want to get a big thank you to Anders and Biospirit of the West. When I put out the call that this tweet was doing marvelously, and to ask people to come into the threads and communicate with the folks there about what was being said and their views, and to tell them about the Go Free method and to share the key concepts of Go Free, to share that there. These two champions were there with metaphorical swords and shields and just going through the idiocy. And let me tell you, there was some idiocy over there. Words don't matter to me. Maybe we'll talk about it. We'll see about it. We're going to be getting into Scott Adams in just a moment. A couple more swashbuckling announcements as we roll through here. Celebrate Mr. V. Celebrate Mr. V. A couple of weeks ago when I said spur of the moment, I need a meme for Valentine's Day he shot one out like almost instantaneously. Amazing. The great Mr. V making memes, meme magic. We love him, does so much for white well-being. Also want to share that the Go Free second edition, iteration 2, audiobook is finished. Celebrate. Now all we're waiting for is for the review to be done. The book is going to be, audiobook is going to be available on Audible, on Amazon, on Apple. You're going to be able to get it everywhere. It's going to be totally epic. It is epic already, even as I try to find a place to position my chair so that I don't continue to roll away from where I want to sit. For the love of God, Going Free audiobook finished. We'll talk more about that as well later in the announcements. 3 more swashbuckling announcements. Celebrate, folks, the great ForNull and Axis Mundi. ForNull's been working on his Westernkind games.com. We're going to talk more about that later in the gathering today during the regular announcements. Axis Mundi is over there with the vocabulary test that's over on Quiz, that's over on that same website. I played them myself. It's totally cool. Swash going everywhere. There's swash all over the floors today, ladies and gentlemen. You got to be excited. We want to also celebrate. I asked the great master of many things, but in this case, the meme maven master ForNull. I asked him, hey, who can I celebrate who's making memes? Because I'm seeing all these marvelous memes show up. Give me some names. If your name isn't listed here, then please let me know that you're making great memes. But I asked ForNull. So the great ForNull, we're going to start off celebrating the meme magic of the great meme maven master himself, ForNull. God bless that champion. And he shared these names of meme mavens, raucous emojis that we want to celebrate. Ardent White, Ivan the Horrible, No I Guild Clips, The Great Sloths, and we just named him moments ago, Mr. V. Thank you so much, ForNull, for those names of folks that you have seen working hard. And anybody else out there, you're making memes, let me know so I can celebrate you, because I've seen some glorious ones. I want to know who they're coming from. Finally, we're going to do this, and we're going to get right into sharing Scott Adams and what the heck was he talking about, and why are people excited, and should they be excited? You're going to know, I guess, in a moment. I'm going to know too. We'll find out. But we're going to share this. You all know of the great reptile. He's this wonderful human being with a very high IQ and high forehead, and he does marvelous things with tools that he works magic with. In these laboratory that he has where there's a great kiln and furnace, magic happens there. You wouldn't even believe the marvelous things. And he was in a terrible auto accident, he and his family, and the car rolled down the highway many miles an hour. They could have been finished, but they weren't. And the one thing that survived, that wasn't broken up into a great many pieces, was his Eindolin. And you can find an Eindolin of your own as well from Prometheus Rising. Folks, you can head on over to NoWhiteGuildCollectibles.com and find one there. He, my friends, decided that he was going to make a jersey. And I thought to myself, a jersey? I haven't worn a jersey in many years playing sports. But he made a jersey that is the envy of all. It is the only jersey to wear. I ask you now to do only this. Feast your eyes upon Reptile's jersey, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Go Free, 95, 9 words, 5 key concepts. There it is. Go Free. There's the Eindolin. There is some, was a sticker right there. Let's check out what else he has there on the photographs. There it is. There's the other side. Reptile, 95. Beautiful. This is the most elegant and masculine jersey of all time. Look at that. The Eindolin right there on the shoulder of the jersey. Isn't that beautiful? Can you believe he had this, man? What a true champion. There it is. Go Free, 95. Not the 9 words, 5 key concepts. Remember those to share that, folks. It's the 9 words, 5 key concepts. Drop those other numbers. They don't mean anything. Now you have the 9 words, 5 key concepts. Let's get the raucous emojis out, some 07s for the great, the absolutely great, the positively amazing Reptile. 20 seconds. I'll be right back, folks. All right, here we are. Let's get him up on the screen. See if we can make this a full screen, and then we'll switch these around so that there we go. How's everybody doing? Is that some epic swash today? That is some totally epic swash. And if you don't like what we're doing, you can go free yourself. We'll get right into this. I think that you're going to find that Scott Adams here. How many of you all have seen? How many of you all have seen this video already? I have a lot of people showing up that have seen this video, and I see a lot of people finding it. It's pretty typical in the white sympathetic sphere. Folks getting like overly excited about any little thing, and it's actually kind of sad because it is an example of people who are powerless, and they're being persecuted and abused. And so anything that seems like a ray of light, where they're not going to have to do anything to change things, is just immediately gets all of this attention. Immediately, like all their hopes and dreams are settled in the basket of Scott Adams in this case. And they just hope that all will change. But we'll see. We're going to get into it. And Pale is here. The great Lunda from Down Under is here. Says he has not seen it. Popcorn Power, great to see you. The great Slots is with us. Make sure you share. Make sure you share that we are live, folks, and that we are covering this. Pearl Lady is here. NWG Paradigm. That's a cool name. Let's go ahead. And I think actually I'm starting a little bit early. I want to thank several of you reached out, told me about this, and Heidi and Ray. Really want to thank them because Heidi reached out and she also mentioned this Scott Adams, but she also provided the timestamps. So a big thank you to Heidi and Ray for that help. And she even went over and sent me the review of this video by Devin Stack, of course, is most widely known as Black Pilled. And I went ahead and I had that running in the background while I took a shower. And yesterday, what I heard of it, maybe I might speak to over the course of this if I hear Scott say anything. But we'll see, because there were a number of things that I disagreed with in his take. But let's go ahead and get started. And I want to hear what you have to say as well over the course of this gathering. If you would like to speak to me or with me or make comments or questions, make sure you tag me on these different platforms as No White Guilt. Don't write just Jason or just NWG or something like that. Please tag me as No White Guilt. Here we go.
But maybe. Why is it that we're not more afraid of World War III?
All right, I wanted to start this just a tiny bit early, or tiny bit ahead of his comments about the poll and about the black people in general, because I think maybe this is this might be instructive. I briefly skimmed over this and I thought, that's a fascinating. Well, let's listen.
A nuclear holocaust. I see everybody talking about it, but I'm not actually afraid of it because I don't think there's much of a chance of it happening. But why?
I think that I haven't watched much of Scott Adams, but I know that he is a very intelligent, very, very wealthy cartoonist. And of course, he's done other things, but he's talented and intelligent, very, very wealthy. And I am going to submit that what he is doing right here with his ruminations about nuclear war should be a bit of maybe a bit of a lead-in or a bit of a tell of what he does on his show to get people interested and to keep them interested. When you speculate, let me back up. When you are faced with a problem and a challenge, what have you, and you assess and conclude, and you believe you're right in that assessment and conclusion, you come to a single conclusion and you don't modify it unless you have, because it wouldn't make sense unless you have new information that would show that you were somehow in error or that the context has changed, something is now different. You would only continue to reflect upon something if you were trying to keep an audience of one or more entertained with your thoughts. And that would mean that you would have to take sides that would shift, maybe even 180 degrees. Your audience knows that you were in agreement on some things and not on others with them as individuals, and that you may come back around because that's your history. And that's a great way to keep and grow an audience. So I'm not saying that everything that he says is dishonest for the purpose of keeping and growing an audience, but it is important to sort of keep that in mind as we evaluate what Scott Adams has to say.
Like, why do I think that? Like, what is it that changed that made me less afraid of nuclear holocaust than I should be?
So you see right there that at some point in the past, he must have talked about being afraid of a nuclear holocaust.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly could happen, like anything could happen. But
no,
it just feels like something changed, that my irrational processing is not doing what it normally would do, which would be scared to death that I'm going to get nuked. Am I just used to it?
How many of you listening now are worried about being nuked? It's not going to happen. You better stop worrying about that. We were terrorized. So many of us today, alive today, were terrorized when we were young by the prospect of everything being blown away in nuclear clouds. And they try to do the same thing with, you're going to destroy the planet. That's what they're doing to the young today. Don't let them steal your childhood. And then don't continue to carry those injuries throughout your life.
You know what it might be? It might be alarm fatigue. It might be that. Because everything looks like the end of the world. Oh, the climate change is going to kill us. China's going to take our stuff. We're running out of food. A super virus is going to kill us. Yeah. It just feels like I'm tired of all the warnings. It just doesn't even feel real anymore. You know, on a logical basis, the one thing that Putin could do to lose would be a nuclear war. I feel like we could say with confidence that he would die in a nuclear war.
Yeah, and that's why one's not going to happen. That's what mutual destruction ensures, that there won't be the thing in question. So we'll go ahead and move now, but you can see, we'll move forward now, but you could see here how he's speculating and he's taken contradictory sides, and you'll see more evidence of this in what he has to say about the poll.
Is that safe? A clear confrontation.
Olrag says, I think Scott Adams trying to pardon himself by saying it could be his own irrational processing is a blatant sign of the white guilt we've all been stigmatized with. It's indeed. Studio Dino Storm is here. Hello to you. Rory Herbert, great to see you again.
Because we would go for him first. You would go for the leadership, right? And if you're dropping a nuclear bomb,
this is the kind of thing that is certainly below him and his intellect. So this, to me, it absolutely says this is for an audience of one or more.
You just sort of have to know what city he's in. City. So we'll just drop something there and take care of that.
Now, when you speculate like that, you then raise fears. Where we just have to know what city Putin is in. You raise fears that somehow he could evade it, and therefore, if he could evade it, he would carry out nuclear war. This is keeping an audience going. So if that's what he's intending to do, it's masterful strokes, and applause to him for that. I don't do that. I give answers to correct problems. I overcome challenges. I defeat opposition. That's what I do. That's what I naturally do.
I don't even want to think about it because it's so awful. Well, Rasmussen poll.
All righty. This is a Rasmussen poll. Art Acrobats, Adam says racist at least 100 times in a later video. He does not know about the lexicon. Well, that'd be great. I mean, if he would talk with me, if he would talk with us, I doubt he would. You know, why would he bother? But if he would, that would be fantastic. I'd happily speak with him. The great Mrs. Jess Horst is here. So the Rasmussen poll that was taken.
Had a provocative little poll today. They said, do you agree or disagree with the statement, it's okay to be white?
Did any of you see or participate in this poll when it came out? And where was this poll? Was it like a push poll? Were they calling people? Where was the poll held? Simon JJ is here. Great to see you, brother.
That was an actual question. Rasmussen asked, white and black voters, and that was an actual question. Agree or disagree with the statement, it's okay to be white? That was an actual question. Rasmussen asked, white and black voters, and probably others, do you disagree or agree with the statement, it's okay to be white?
So obviously it was all races were able to participate in this poll, or he would have said that it was restricted. Maybe they would have asked the participants, are you white or black? And if they said something else, they would say, okay, thank you, we're moving on. So it would have been the entirety of the population.
26% of blacks said no.
Unless he's just not reading. I mean, I have not seen the poll.
It's not okay to be
okay. Franklin said, yes, multiple races were asked.
White.
So
no. 26% of blacks said no.
What does that mean? What does that mean when a person of any race says it's not okay to be white? What are they thinking? Those who understand the Go Free method, those who understand anti-whitism, what are they saying there? They're saying that it's 100% guilt, 100% white guilt. There's nothing acceptable. When you're white, you're just 100% guilty, and you have to make amends for all of the evil in the world, all of the evil that's ever happened, all of the evil that is with us today.
It's not okay to be white. 21% weren't sure. Add them together, that is 47% of black respondents were not willing to say it's okay to be white.
So nearly 50%. Now, so what is the opposite then? That it's okay to be white? What is a person thinking when they say to themselves? And I think this is just a moment to pause and say, and sort of investigate, explore, what is a person thinking when, or most likely thinking, when asked this question? What does it mean to be okay to be white? It means, of course, if it's okay, that you can be proud, that you could maybe stick together, you could maybe defend yourselves as a group. And so what this poll is saying of those who participated is that nearly 50% of the black people who participated were anti-white, hardcore anti-whites. Does that make the black race unique? No, not at all. You could look at the other non-white races, and maybe Franklin could give us some of the numbers, or somebody else could give us some of the numbers about some of the other non-white races. And I think the poll could be worded, or a poll could be worded differently to get a clearer picture of the percentage of anti-whites, like radical anti-whites. These are the people, like we talk about in the world. When we look out at the world, you have people who are just like gray in gray matter in the background. They're just living their lives. They don't care. They don't want to be involved. It's not anti-white or serving white well-being. Then you have those who are serving white well-being and those who are anti-white. You have a massive percentage of the population of all races that are anti-white. The problem right at the very beginning of this is that it is this chasm of an error that white people make when it comes to our victimization, and that is focusing on the warts of other groups. And why does that happen? Why is it so alluring to somebody like Scott Adams? Radical individualism. That's why. When you have people that are radical individualists, and they look out at the world and they say, well, I have a unicorn horn. I was born with this horn on my head. It just grew. It was a nub then. Now it just grew out. I got this giant horn on the top of my head. And everybody with a giant horn on their heads, like me, well, they get physically attacked by this group of people or that group of people. And so therefore, I have to just stay out of the way of these different groups. I have to do whatever I have to do. I have no, and this horn phenomenon you could imagine it occurs across races, whatever. But everybody who has it is a radical individualist. The first thought then is, what can I do? And Scott Adams is going to reveal some things about himself in this short part of this video that he made vis-a-vis this poll.
That's like a real poll. This just happened. Did you have any idea? Would you have imagined that could have happened?
Was he talking there about the poll or the results or both there? You see, I think that's a pretty radical. It's not okay, or it's okay to be white. Do you agree or disagree? I think you could get at a much clearer assessment of how anti-white the country is, and you could do this across the West with some questions that aren't almost genocidal. And this question is almost genocidal. If it's not okay for you to celebrate, to live, to thrive, to be happy, if that's not okay, well, that's a genocidal tendency. And I'm going to say right now, those who are going free, we don't focus on this as a problem of Black people. This is a problem across the West because the ideology of anti-whitism exists. That's why it's a problem. Because I'm sure all of you have met white people who hate the white race to the point of genocide. I know I have. Get messages from them pretty often.
So I realized, as you know, I've been identifying as Black for a while, years now, because I like to be on the winning team.
What does that tell you right there? Is that somebody who cares about Westernkind? Is that somebody who cares about his people, who's identifying with his people? Or is that a radical individualist? You have to solve this problem of radical individualism before you can ever have a people. This is what I have been at war with in the white sympathetic sphere forever. And it is the fatal flaw that will eternally prevent us from recapturing our destiny. You don't find love for our brothers and sisters out there. You don't find love for other white people in the process of hating Blacks or hating Jews or hating Hispanics. It is never there.
And I like to help. And I always thought, well, if you help the Black community, that's sort of the big...
What was he saying there about being on the winning team? What he's saying there is that he can see the lay of the land, and the lay of the land is anti-whitism. The lay of the land is that the white race are the bad guys. The lay of the land is that of all the non-white races, the black race is the most angelized, in my opinion, probably yours as well. And so this radical individualist, which is the norm for the white race, chooses to ignore the suffering of his people, all of the millions and millions and millions of us who can't with our finances, who can't with our positions, who can't with our fame, flee the consequences of anti-whiteism. He fled the consequences of anti-whiteism long before he saw this poll. So is this a sudden awakening for Scott Adams? I think not.
Biggest lever, you can find the biggest benefit. So I thought, well, that's the hardest thing and the biggest benefit.
So the biggest benefit in society, this is a total recognition and admission of anti-whiteism, and then taking steps to benefit himself individually from that ideology, from the anti-white mores that dominate society. So he's saying, I see anti-whiteism. How many of you out there have seen reviews of Scott Adams on this issue? That the person reviewing has highlighted that Scott Adams revealed that anti-whiteism is real and that he took personal steps to benefit himself within that matrix. That's the biggest thing that Adams reveals in this video. Everybody is looking in the wrong place. That he's noticing how black people hate white people. No, that's not the big thing he revealed at all. He just told everybody that society is totally anti-white.
So I'd like to focus a lot of my life resources in helping Black Americans. So much so that I started identifying as Black to just be on the team I was helping.
I mean, he is demonstrating. Do you appreciate this? Everybody has, as far as I know, if somebody else got it right, please tell me. I'd like to have that person on the show. Everybody is focusing on, God, look, he's coming too, folks. He can say negative things about black people. No, that's not the right way to go, number one. Number two, you're going to see that he has set himself up in this video to pull a 180 on it. Did anybody else miss it? Did anybody see it? Did anybody? I only had this going while Devin Stack was reviewing it while I was showering, and I caught it. And it's on a Bluetooth speaker that's sitting on the kitchen sink, that it's garbled coming through the glass door of the shower and the water hitting me. But he reveals in this video that he sets himself up to do a 180 on this. Are y'all ready for that? You're going to look foolish if you invested a bunch of hopes and dreams in Scott Adams. The big thing here is that he is absolutely personifying the radical individualism that undermines Westernkind in the past, in the present, and in the future. Radical individualism. And he is revealing that he is perfectly aware with his intelligence and his money, something that he probably would not reveal elsewhere, that anti-whiteism dominates society to such a degree that he feels he has to take steps as a radical individualist to benefit himself from that, not to villainy. He's not villainy signaling here. He's not telling you, oh, blacks have it so hard, but this is like an insight into the mind of the average white person, the average radical individualist vague out there, an insight into their mind. He's openly telling you, this is the actual thought process. I look out the world, I see how anti-white everything is, and so I give the bird to the white race, and I use my money and my contacts to become a member of the black race, the winning team, and then I pay to help them, and I bring all of the paying to help black people and all of the bringing them in to apprentice them and all of the writing recommendations for the 6- and 7-figure jobs and all that shit is real and ends up benefiting them. He's not doing it for the white race. How do you not condemn him for that? How has this not affected you or your loved ones? How do you know that you or somebody you didn't know didn't end up in that chain of benefits getting a job and being able to have a family and being able to raise healthy children because you have enough money and time to do that. How do you know that you haven't personally been harmed by that? You're looking at and this is not about boomers either. This is another thing that Devin Stack gets radically wrong. This is that the boomers, they're worse. These succeeding generations of white people are worse. They're more anti-white. Are you joking? This is a total insight into the fatal flaw of Westernkind, and nobody else saw this in this video. My God.
But it turns out that nearly half of that team doesn't think I'm okay to be white.
Does he know? Does he know that already or not? A little bit later in this video, he says, all this help I do for them, I still get called racist. He knew. He already knows how anti-white the game is. He already knows that there are anti-white black people that no matter how much he does for black people are still going to call him a racist. Just as there are anti-white white people, no matter how much he does for black people, he's still going to be. Why is that? Because he's a white male. And inside the anti-white narrative, he is living sin because he's a white male. There's never an amount that he could do to make amends for it. So was it this poll that has suddenly opened his eyes to it? No, he reveals in this video that he already knew.
Which is, of course, why I identified as black, so I could be on the winning team for a while. But I have to say, this is the first political poll that ever changed my activities.
Bullshit.
I don't know that.
Bullshit. Bullshit. That sentence right there is for his audience. That sentence right there is for the audience that he can say, now I'm taking this severe position, this acute position, so that you can get riled, you can get upset, you can be like, well, how could he say this? Or damn right, this guy's great. And then in so many weeks or whatever it is, he's going to come back. And his excuse is in this already.
That's ever happened before. Normally you see a poll, you just look at it, you go, whatever.
Because the subject matter is nothing like this.
Yeah. Oh, this is interesting what other people think. But as of today, I'm going to re-identify as white because I don't want to be a member of a hate group.
Okay, so calling the entire black race a hate group is hyperbole, and he knows it. It's for entertainment purposes. And nobody should fall for that. I mean, he'll never talk to me. But if he wanted to, I would happily. We'll have the conversation.
Accidentally joined a hate group. So if nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me, according to this poll, that's.
Did you hear it? Did anybody hear the excuse? Let's see. Did anybody get the excuse? Thank you, everybody who is watching and sharing this URL so you can get the truth. You can have somebody with a nose-bleeding IQ tell you what is actually taking place here in this video. And so you can walk away from it with tools that empower you, an understanding of the world that empowers you. You can apply it to your life and you can see, does this work or not? You'll see that it does. Please come back, give your testimonials. Does anybody see the excuse? He just said it. According to this poll. So that's the fulcrum that he's going to use in the future. Yeah, there was that poll, but who exactly did they contact? Or where was it posted to be able to participate in it? Who were the kind of people that Rasmussen would call for this? If it was posted somewhere, what kind of accounts, what kind of websites was it posted on? So what they did then was they got a skewed result as a consequence of who was polled. There's his excuse. You're going to go, if you go out in the world, and remember, we talk about reputational burn. If you go out into the world and you say, Scott Adams, most amazing thing ever, because now he hates black people. First of all, that is awful. That is awful to feel that way. Secondly, you're going to get burnt. Your reputation is going to get burnt because he's going to turn right around at some point, probably in the near future, and change his position, modify his position, he might call it.
That's a hate group. That's a hate group. And I don't want to have anything to do with them. And I would say, based on the current way.
Okay, so he just said another hyperbolic statement. The entire black race, he wants to have nothing to do with them. Now, he already has contradicted himself, and he'll contradict himself again, talking about the difference between not all black people say that it's not okay to be white. But here's the hyperbolic state. So who's that for? Entertainment. It's for the audience. I'm the only one that's real, for God's that's helpful, that will actually give you things that you can use in your world and will benefit you personally, even though I'll never know who you are.
Things are going. The best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. Just get the fuck away.
I apologize for the language.
Wherever you have to go, just get away.
Now, again, that's hyperbole. He's going to continue to associate with black people. He just made a statement about get the hell away from all black people. That's hyperbole for shock value. It's like the Inquirer. Come on, folks. How is it all of these content creators? I'm asking people what they were saying about this. And furthermore, if you felt, if this resonates with you, then I'm speaking to you, all right? If you heard, irrespective of what Scott Adams was actually saying, if you heard him say that he's got big problems with all black people and that all black people are the problem, and you felt that Scott Adams is somehow then aligned with you for the benefit of white people, then your heart and spirit are soiled by anti-whitism. And you need to do some introspection, because hatred or condemning another group, the totality of it, focusing on their warts and what they do bad, is never going to contain love for Westernkind, ever. You will never find a people. You will never find you will never make us again into a people in the kernel of hatred and ugliness that you see in others. I cannot state it enough, and it should be obvious. You should not feel any alignment with Scott Adams based on these gross, hyperbolic statements about the totality of the black race. Are there anti-white blacks? Hell yeah. Of course there are. But the problem is not their birth. The problem is the anti-whitism. If you want to be in our story, you need to understand. So many people have a hard time understanding this. Even if in the laboratory of the mind or in another universe, a parallel universe identical to this, except for this situation, even if there was a whole race of man out there, or a whole people of mankind out there that genetically were anti-white, they couldn't be anything else. They were just going to hate and work for the destruction and annihilation of the white race, no matter what. Even if that existed, and it doesn't, but even if it did, you would still be in error to condemn them on the basis of their birth, not for the moral precept that it is wrong to condemn people on the basis of their birth. No, but because by focusing on them, by centering them, you rob yourself of the strength of being the center of your story. It's our victimization that's all that matters, not their birth. I don't give a shit if they're born. All I care about is if we're victimized. Other groups get this. Maybe they're smarter than white people on average. Maybe it's true that white people have fallen below 100 as the average. It sure as hell seems so.
because there's no fixing this. This can't be fixed.
Okay, so people are taken away from that statement right there. Devin Stack was like all over it. That it means it's genetic. It means that like they're bear. It's like a bear. A bear is going to act like a bear, and so no, he's not. You watch. It'll be weeks or months or whatever it is, and he's going to pull the 180, and everybody's going to have the rug pulled out from underneath them and look like a fool. And then it'll be the excuse time. It'll be excuse engine time of, oh, well, you know what? He got pressure, and then he had to not say the truth about how much, and then fill in the blank of how evil for you the entirety of Black people are.
Right. This can't be fixed. You just have to escape. So that's what I did. I went to a neighborhood where...
Okay. Whoa, wait a second. Whoa. Back it up. What? That's why you went to a neighborhood? What were you going to get ready to say? We'll play it in a minute. Did he somehow read this poll? And also, he'll talk about later watching the videos of Black people beating the shit out of citizens. And then he says, white people. Did he somehow watch those videos and read this poll and then get in the time machine that you find in every bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken, head backwards in time, and then move into a neighborhood that he felt would be free of this because there weren't violent people in it? He just revealed he already knew that if there are groups of people out there that on average are going to behave more violently or less violently, that your radical individualist self is going to move to areas that have the less radical, the less violent activities, right? Oh, he just found this out. He's finally waking up. We're all waking up.
You know, I have a very low Black population.
Oh.
Right. This can't be fixed. You just have to escape. So that's what I did. I went to a neighborhood where, you know, I have a very low Black population.
Okay. So the thing that can't be fixed is because he hasn't found Go Free, because he hasn't seen the successes that we have using this method in our individual lives and on the societal scale. Let us not forget that we just changed, for example, we just got iHeartMedia to change the photograph that they were using that demonized white little boys across the country, around the world. That's a power that has not been wielded before by those who resist anti-whiteism. He hasn't seen the Go Free method, so he doesn't know. He says it can't be changed. This is the way it is. This is the way it is. He is not saying that Black people are genetically predisposed to I know it's going to be very upsetting for all of those out there who want to hate on another group of people as their advocacy for the white race. You're not one of my allies. If your advocacy for white people consists of hating on other groups, you need to do some introspection. He's not saying that this can't be fixed because Blacks are genetically this way, because he says that in the same short part of this video that all you got to do is get educated. All you got to do, if you get an education and the tools are available, and then those people are, if Black or whatever, are just fine. So he doesn't believe, or at least he's not saying here, that this can't be resolved. He's saying that they're making choices, that a certain percentage of the Black population is making choices not to take the educational opportunities available to them, and then fail to turn out like Don Lemon and the other wealthy Black people that live in his neighborhood.
Because unfortunately, there's a high correlation between the density. And this is according to Don Lemon, by the way.
And that's another thing, getting into the Don Lemon. Why do white people do this? Because in the anti-white narrative, white people have no value. They've been dehumanized. Their opinions are immaterial. Their opinions are immaterial because they come from a demonic people, because their people have robbed and thieved and persecuted and exploited other races. And so therefore, they need to just shut up and sit down. That is anti-whiteism in a nutshell. So when white people want to give their opinion. It's one of the reasons why Black and Hispanic and Arab and Asian conservative content creators, it's why white people will push them up on stage. It could be one in the audience, they'll push them up on stage and then celebrate them endlessly. It's why when a white man with Germanic features, me or others like me, give our opinions in a way that is not within the and submissive to, then yielding to the anti-white narrative, all these white millions of people, they ignore. Scott Adams would ignore. He's not going to say, you know what Jason Kuna says. He's not going to say, he's going to say, my opinion is legitimate because a non-white person agrees with me. Now, what do we know about that from the Go Free method? We know that it doesn't work. When a non-white person holds an opinion at variance with anti-whitism, or in any way could inhibit anti-whites from inflicting harm on white people, anti-whites and anti-whitism condemns the non-white person. Very often will even call them things like white supremacists. So what is the true objective then of this ideology? It is to victimize white people. It's not that non-white people have valid opinions because they are from long suffering and wrongly put upon groups of people, which is what they will tell you, which is what they will use as pretext. No, it's just to victimize white people, demonstrating that those arguments were just pretexts to get to that outcome. Unfortunately for Adams, he doesn't realize that even citing a non-white person, Don Lemon in this case, even citing him doesn't make him right, because it inhibits and gets in the way of anti-whitism and victimizing white people. What's going to happen with all this money that the federal government, through the anti-white Democrats, are using billions into infrastructure? Buttigieg is coming to town and they're building highways and busing systems to make sure there isn't a single white neighborhood out there for, you know what, all of the millions and millions of white people, not because of just black people. There aren't enough black people for this. White people, white flight, to get away from the dehumanization of anti-whitism. They white flight to get away from violence of all races. They white flight, and certain races obviously might be commit more crimes than others. He's saying that as the case here. Doesn't change the fact that white people intrinsically are looking for just like all people of all races are intrinsically looking for environments that reflect back at them what they have inside of them. Every group of people has an instinct, and we push that instinct onto the world. We call that in aggregate culture. We want to see that back at us. And in layman's terms, in very simple, superficial terms, it means that white people are going to want to see more white people and things that white people make. And Asians are going to want to see more Asian people and things that Asian people make. There's nothing wrong with that. It's totally normal. You want a different outcome, you need a different species. All right? White people, white flight to get to that. What's going to happen now with the anti-white Democrats funneling non-white people from around planet Earth into all these lower middle class, maybe slightly upper middle class neighborhoods that otherwise were white people trying to just get away from multiracialism and the negative consequences for us in multiracial environments? Well, you're going to have these people flooded into our communities. And people like radical individualists like Scott Adams is still going to have enough money to get away from it all.
So here I'm just quoting Don Lemon when he notes that when he lived in a mostly...
I have no self-worth. I'm white. I have no value. I know my opinions don't matter. But this other non-white person has opinions, and they accord with mine. So listen to what I have to say.
The black neighborhood, there were a bunch of problems that he didn't see in white neighborhoods. So even Don Lemon sees a big difference in your own quality of living based on where you live.
Okay. Understand this. This is what people are failing to do. Maybe you fail to do. Understand this from where he's coming from, not from the views that you would like to push on him, because you want you maybe to some degree, you don't want to do the work yourself to create a people out of our deracinated race. And so you want personalities, celebrities out there that are known to share your views and then speculate all day long. Is he our guy? Is that our guy? No. Get over this and accept that you have to do the work. You've got to make changes to you if we're going to have a people.
Who was there? So I think it makes no sense whatsoever as a white citizen of America to try to help black citizens anymore.
So what is this use of citizen? It's like a stand-in for radical individualist. It's nobody is everybody has to be viewed as individual, and he's using that in reference to the white race. He threw in citizen with blacks there, but that was for symmetry in his speech about the white citizens.
It doesn't make sense. It's no longer a rational impulse.
Okay, and you're probably wondering, Jason, what is he thinking then when he says that certain neighborhoods with higher percentages of black people are more criminal than other neighborhoods? What is he thinking? Scott Adams is thinking that they have not availed themselves of the opportunities of education and employment. That's what he's thinking. That's all he has shared. That's all there is for us to see. He's not saying anything about genetics. He says he's not going to speculate about why they're not making these decisions. And I think it's fair enough to take him on face value. How can you in one moment claim that this guy is some desiccated boomer and hopelessly drunk on MLK, and then in the next sentence say, oh, he knows it's all genetics and that they're just genetic monsters? I mean, if you're thinking that, then you're messed up.
And so I'm gonna back off from being helpful to Black America because it doesn't seem like it pays off.
What kind of a statement is that? Radical individualism. I mean, this is the what he's revealing here. This is the big thing that nobody is seeing. It's the enormous flaw in the white race. This right here. Look at his face. This is the enormous. You're looking directly into the face of the fatal flaw of Westernkind. Right here. Fully aware that this system condemns the white race, has the intelligence, the wherewithal, the connections, and the money to make a difference in the world for Westernkind, but does what? Totally selfishly serves himself. This is why all those dumpers in the white sympathetic sphere, content creators that want to just go on and on about the ills of other groups of people. This is why I've said you don't have a race of people that view themselves as a people that will come together for individual well-being by way of group well-being. You can't formulate an opinion for them to consider for the benefit of the group. You can't look outward when you don't have an inward.
Like I've been doing it all my life, and the only outcome is I get called a racist. That's the only.
So all his life, he's been doing this all his life, saying helping black people, and has been getting called a racist. That obviously made him unhappy, right? To be giving tons of money, to be giving recommendations, and just everywhere he turns, he wants to. In other words, what is he doing by helping black people? He is victimizing white people. Why is that? How do I know that for certainty? How do I know 100% certainty he's victimizing white people? Because out of all the people that he could help, if he weren't looking at their races as the determinant of who to help, who should get the job recommendations from the great Scott Adams, who should get the investment, who should have the Scott Adams as their friend, and the whether or not that benefits them in their life or their career or what they're doing. Some, maybe many of those people, at least based on the percentage of the population, the majority of those people will be white. So he went out of his way to victimize white people so that he could help black people, which was really a payment to benefit his individualistic self. He knew that neighborhoods that were predominantly black, when he looks at the data, are violent. Maybe not all of them or most of them, I don't know. He knew that. So he moved himself to a white, lily white neighborhood long before he saw this poll, long before he saw videos, or maybe he was seeing videos, we'll see. But the specific videos he references here in this little tidbit.
Only outcome. It makes no sense to help black Americans if you're white. It's over. Don't even think it's worth trying. Totally not trying. Now, we should be friendly. Like, I'm not saying start a war or, do anything bad. Nothing like that. I'm just saying get away. Just get away.
I actually heard, I don't want to attribute it to the wrong person. I'll think about whether or not I'll share it or not.
And here's my take on all of it. Everybody who focuses their priority on education does well.
There you have it. Now, those who are trying to claim that he's our guy, those who are trying to claim that are now saying, oh, he's lying here. This is not, they'll have to overlook this. They have to overlook the evidence before their face so that they can see something that isn't there.
If anybody in the book,
and by the way, I'm not saying that Scott Adams is awful or that anybody should hate him, or I'm saying that the service he has done with this video is to reveal to us, everyone who has the eyes to see, and now that you've heard me talk about it, the fatal flaw in Westernkind, in us. And secondly, that might have revealed to you, if you think that advocacy for our people, if you think that putting an end to our victimization is found in seeing the warts in other races, then you're learning by way of this video that you have been on, and to whatever percentage or degree, an error, a path that will just lead you to perdition every time. Rest assured that for well over 100 years, people have had this thinking. Focus on the other races, talk about how bad they are, and then things will get better. And then suddenly it'll be all better. How does that happen? Well, I don't know. Always a God of the gaps moment. They can never tell you. It can't get better that way.
Black community focuses on education, they'll do well as well, because the system allows that. If they don't, I can't make that my problem anymore. Franklin
just said it beautifully. He says, hating on these other groups of people, these other races, is not a unifying moral framework. It's perfect. You will never find a reason to secure your individual well-being by way of our group's well-being in all of the efforts and videos and books of other races and how awful they are. Anti-whites know this too. And I guarantee you, and in fact, we're seeing it in the world right now all around us. I can share a little bit more from the background, from a little bit of the background noise behind the scenes, that there is big money being pushed into the alternative sphere, if you will. There are folks out there, audience members, that in content creators, folks like us, folks like we do here, that the audience members are swelling up, and they're demanding to pedestal radical Nazi, self-identifying Nazi types. It's simmering up everywhere, and it is all 100%. I mean, for God's sakes, everybody knows, or most of you might know, Rebecca, blonde in the belly of the beast. She just had, by her own words, so many of her audience members showing up and demanding that she have on a guy who goes on another platform and dresses up like a psycho and gets little non-white teenagers and yells racial epithets at them. She just had him on for an interview. This shit is being pushed. And it is because of the election that's coming up. They want Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's obviously, he's at like 49% on the latest poll to be the nomination. They want there to be this massive, everywhere present, seen everywhere, omnipresent, Nazi, white supremacy, the grossest garbage you can imagine, to be in everybody's face so that people will be frightened off. They'll want to vote for the alternative, and that'll motivate voters on the Democrat side. And the Republican side, people won't vote for Trump because they'll think, geez, look, it's true. Trump's running again and there are Nazis everywhere. And keep an eye out for the hate crimes that are coming. Those are going to happen too. Probably big ones. Keep an eye out for that. You're seeing this. This is in the incipient stage. Can you not see this all around you? You got to wait until it comes to fruition, and then you'll look back and you'll say, oh, yeah, you know, they obviously paid for. Sake, see it for what it is in the middle of it. And it will force Trump to come out hard against these people, and by doing so, be misinterpreted by many white Americans to think that he's going to wage war on white America as well, and they won't come and vote for him. This is as clear as day. I remember Rebecca, blonde in the belly of the beast, she's a good gal, saying that me and Jared George were too radical to have on. And now she's got this swarm of audience members clamoring for a guy that uses the grossest racial epithets on non-white teenage girls.
It just can't be my problem. It can't be my problem if the solution is so clear, so available, and people don't want to take it. It's just not my problem anymore. So I resigned. I resigned from the hate group called Black Americans, according to the Rasmussen poll. 46% of them don't think white people are okay, just being white. And there we go. You didn't expect that today, did you? But the most helpful thing I can do is to say I'm not going to help. Do you understand that? Continuing to help in that sort of, classic, oh, let me help you, give you a lift up, give you a hand.
This is what he's saying right now is obviously for his female audience members. That he has to not help to help. So this is to sort of placate them, to propitiate them. Don't get I'm not being cold and cruel and mean to them ladies. You just understand that this is the best way I can help. But then what he does is he tells you how he's been helping them in the past.
Mentor you, hire you, prefer you.
Mentor you, hire you, refer you. Victimizing white people who deserved it. Where is the white guy right now that should have had, and there'll be many, that should have had the Scott Adams referral, and maybe would have had because of the money he would have been making as a consequence, would have had a lovely wife, and maybe she'd have a child and another one on the way, or who knows about that guy. Where is he today? Is he one of the white guys that has committed suicide in the skyrocketing suicide rate of white males in the West and in the United States? Is he one of those guys? Is he one of the white guys that has white flighted into all of the drugs that this anti-white government of the United States is allowing fentanyl and others to pour in from China and Mexico and all of these other countries in the United States to reach the white population, that this government then says nothing about their suffering, Nothing about the white race. Normal, ordinary white people who work jobs as secretaries and the rest, they're getting pulled over, strung out on fentanyl and painkillers. They're being found at sports field parking lots, strung out in like the middle-class cars they buy, strung out on painkillers and fentanyl and everything else. Nothing being said about it because it's only white people. So maybe that's where the white guy, if we're imagining one white guy right now that should have had the referral from Scott Adams. No, but you know, the real story about this is that he hates the black people just like me. Fucking idiots.
I'm going to stop all of that. I'm done with all of that. Yeah, no, it didn't work. The only thing that will work is to say, you got to fix your own problem. You know how to do it. Everybody else figured it out. I'm not going to speculate, why you're not doing it. I'm not going to speculate why there's a difference. I'm just going to say it's available to everybody. You just pick it up. It's free money. Focus.
It's free money. It's available. I mean, spoken like somebody who has benefited from those that sort of like focused or cellular socialism inside of a capitalistic society. It's there. It's free money. You just pick it up and you're millionaire like me. And then you just get to move to the nice neighborhoods. No, he's benefiting from a really focused form of socialism where it's like people hooking each other up. And if you're a white person, you have no chance in hell unless you're one of those white people. And there aren't many of them. I know an anti-white narrative, it's just like, they're everywhere. That's all white people. But afraid not.
Focus on education, and you could have a good life too. But those who don't want to focus on education, you just need to get away from them. Just get as much distance as you can. That's my recommendation. And I'm also really sick of seeing video after video of Black Americans beating up non-Black citizens.
Okay. So it's actually even more specific there. Black Americans beating up non-Black citizens.
I realize it's anecdotal and it doesn't give me a full picture of what's happening. But every damn day I look on social media and there's some Black person beating the shit out of some white person. I'm kind of over it. I'm over it.
All right. So he already knew that. Remember, he told you that just minutes ago. Why did he move to this neighborhood that he's in and other neighborhoods that he's lived in? Because things like that happen. So videos, and again, you're seeing here, and please, this is a very important point. Sharing when we are victimized, and in this case, physically victimized, is an important part of bringing us together. When you look at it properly, is an important part of seeing us as a people. That is not what happens with the majority of these reactions to seeing us physically victimized. Because people like Devin Stack hates on the black race even more. They look at the white race, they look at the black race and they go, well, look at how bad the blacks are. Not a single thought for the white victim, just how bad the blacks are. There's no thought for the white victim because they don't see themselves as a people. I've been saying it for decades. So many still don't see it. They still don't understand. That's a problem. Just like if you were walking with your mother in the park and a bunch of people ran up and maybe it was an eclectic group. They were all different races. Some of them were spotted. They had different attire on. Everything was as different as possible. And they ran up and beat the shit out of your mother before you could do anything and ran off. And then instead of tending to your mother, you decide to feebly run after them, to scream at them about how bad they behave, and then make the most superficial appraisal and understanding, evaluation of the group that maybe they all had on pink fanny packs. That is what that is. If you watched your mother get beaten, and instead of immediately tending to your mother and worry about her injuries, you were concerned with the attacker, we would call you insane. And you would be. That's what's happening when white people look at the victimization of our brothers and sisters, and then immediately are writing about Black people or whatever group it is. Let's stick with Black people, about how awful they are, about how violent they are, about how criminal they are. Not a single thought shared, not a single concern for the victim. The first thought, just as your mother getting punched and then the guy runs off, should be for the victim. Then you have a people. Then you can put an end to the victimization. Because the victimizer doesn't mean shit. The victim is the thing that matters. Our brother or sister, that's the thing that matters. And when that matters, all the white people in the park will come to your aid. Do you get it yet? So, Devin Stack and I'm not picking on him, and so many others out there will look at this sort of thing and they'll say, as Devin Stack said, well, it's a good thing to just put this endless footage out about how bad blacks are. Could you imagine? That's the only deduction. And then he says, what we need to do is get this information about how bad blacks are. And you see these other groups out there of idiots doing the same thing with Jews. All we need to do is get all the information out there about how bad the Jews are, how bad the blacks are. And then what, dumbass? I've been asking that question for more decades, since I was 18. Then what? Just get the information out there? Guess what? We've been doing that since before your great-granddaddy. White people have been doing that since before your great-granddaddy was born. Getting the information out there about how bad the other races are. How much good has that done for us? Look at the state we're in today. We need to get our victimization out to our brothers and sisters. The information that we need to get out there is how much we're victimized. Not how bad blacks are or how bad Jews are, whatever other group you want to pick. Every race of people has ne'er-do-wells. Some groups might have more, some groups might have less. It's totally immaterial when you want to have a people to be able to put an end to this. We need to get the information out to the world about how victimized we are. White people, you could take the exact same video of a white person being jumped and beaten, in this case, as Scott Adams is talking about, by a bunch of black people. And you could get both of them out there in the world. And the one about how bad blacks are is just going to harm our race, because white people will continue to view themselves as individuals and develop increasing animus and hatred for blacks, that they will effectuate individual self-preservation decisions as a result of. On the other hand, you get out to the world, not that the black people in that video matter, that are beating the shit out of the white person, because they don't matter. What matters is our white brother or sister that's blinded or raped or maimed or dead, psychologically traumatized for their whole life. There was a comment in a recent thread, and we'll finish this up right now. There was a comment in a recent thread on Twitter. Somebody said, nobody wins wars. It's one of these people who lives as a as the shadow of jaywalkers in the world. They just follow jaywalker. That's all these people are shadows. They have no substance of their own. They have no people of their own. They have no value of their own. They're just a shadow that is cast by jaywalkers. So wherever a jaywalker goes, this shadow is following him to haunt him, to hound him. Why is that? Because the jaywalker has a very confident peoplehood, and the shadow has nothing. So this shadow writes on this thread that, well, no war is ever won because the soldier in the foxhole loves the other soldier in the foxhole, trying to attack my position of love, hope, and redemption. So I wrote back the reality that the wars are won and people risk their lives because they love what's behind them. Nobody risks death for the thing they hate. Nobody risks losing their job for the thing they hate. Nobody risks being beaten in a fight where some white person is being jumped because they hate the non-white people that are jumping them. They risk those things out of love. How do I know that? Because I fucking did it. When I have stood up for white people throughout my life, it has never been because I hated the group that was attacking a white person. Why would I risk myself? I had got in the middle of a fight in DC where I am certain I would have either been killed or maimed and wish I was dead. For a white guy, I had no idea who he was. There is no way in hell for the valueless pieces of anti-white shit that were getting ready to destroy him that I would risk maiming and death. It was because I cared about him and our people. We have a real sickness. And right now in the body of our people. And we're not going to heal until we recognize it. And right now, that sickness is being fanned into massive flames by the money of anti-whites behind the scenes, by people showing up on social media, demanding more attention be given to the most vile individuals that they can find to be representatives of the white race. People need to wake up.
Right. So I quit. And it feels good not to be in a racist hate group anymore. So
Hyperbole
I'm now independent, not a member of any group. I do not align with any.
Does not align with any group. No shit. That's the problem.
Group, not the white supremacists and not the black racists.
So if you align with white people who care about our victimization, you're a white supremacist in his mind. How many folks in the white sympathetic sphere are now identifying with this guy when he just said that if you care about white people, you're a white supremacist and black people are awful, and you align with that? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. You need to get healing. You need to get better. If that's what you aligned with, you need to get healing. He has said nothing to benefit white people. And more importantly, he's going to come back in a couple weeks or months and say the exact opposite. And we'll be right back.
straight to reveal his plan. Gothing accused him of treason, with wicked desires for the making of man. Then bound the wraith in chains, drove him for leagues like a ghoul. He paraded the Lord through the streets, whipped like a beast and scolded as a fool. They brought him to the council to convict him of his crime, forced to swear a faulty oath and pushed beyond his paradigm. He saw all things true intent in a dagger which hung from his side. The truth was unveiled before him, and it could not be denied. His mercy as deep as the ocean.
Folks, you are listening to the great Luke Mason, Imminent Reign. And we are playing these songs to remind you that his great album will be released, The Legend of Prometheus, which is a 9-song album telling the story of my book, Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, mythopoetic book to teach us didactically about our strengths and weaknesses. Will be released, this album, on April 30, 5 p.m., Beltane holiday. Make sure that you keep your eyes open for that. Please support, promote the great Imminent Reign and the great work that he is doing. And I'll be right back with you.
He shed his cloak and shattered the mask to thwart their evil plan. With cosmic clay and flame of life, he vanished without a trace. For his mind wasn't trembled by guilt, once a mask was removed from his face. His genius as deep as the ocean, cunning as bright as the stars, a will to power awakened by those who pushed him too far. See the symbol of my surrender, and see now my rising.
But the genius of Prometheus, untrammeled by the bit and hardness of guilt, reawakened to the vigor of mastery, now gave thought to peerless cunning, dissimulation and deceit. Realms of thought and action once mastered by Gothing, bending now their knees to a new master. Agendas concealed and dissemble without fear. I too can bring death to
All right,
my
folks,
enemies.
we're going to leave it there.
More so than you.
Epic. Prometheus Rising, of course, is the book that album, all original music that the great Imminent Reign has produced for that album that he's making. Roll your sleeves up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready to do some work.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Well, what are you all thinking about the Scott Adams video now? I'm not picking on Scott Adams. He is what he is. There are ways to view most people. They have good points and bad points. And regrettably, I might had to have been the bearer of bad tidings for some folk who were thinking, well, now we finally got a guy who's big and he's got a big show and he's known and he agrees with us. Really? He doesn't agree with me at all. I don't see agreement in him for me at all. But please share the URL. We're going to be continuing with our discussion about Scott Adams as it comes up, but also about this push right now that is producing a greater awareness of Antags, people who play the antagonist inside the anti-white narrative. And it's becoming increasingly problematic, and we're going to see this regrettably. People getting allowances that they would not, where they wouldn't normally have allowances, where in other words, the government or the police would go and arrest and shut them down. You'll be seeing these people allowed to exercise and practice with more liberty their antagonism against the different groups, the different, what they would call victim groups in the anti-white narrative. And so as this is something that's we predicted and is getting worse, it warrants us being prepared for it. So we're going to talk about that. Let me see what you all are saying, though. We'll get into that in just a moment with the Go Free lesson of the day. Talk about Antags and these new attacks that you're seeing all over. And we'll talk about those signs in people's yards and people using that anti-white slogan, mean pathogen, hate has no home here. Really? What do you mean by that? And we'll talk about jealousy and envy and how that is the primary motivator of anti-whites. It's not jaywalkers. It's jealousy and envy. So let's see what we have over here on Entropy. We have coming in first, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, get your comments and questions in. You want to participate in this? You think I'm wrong or you need some clarification? Make sure you ask. If you're respectful, I will respect you, even if you're 180-degree disagreement. Yizz, the unifier, financially gifts $5. God bless you, sister. And let me know, folks, if the mic goes out. It's trying to. Is it still working fine? Let me check really quickly if we're still on the same. Yeah, looks good. Sounds good, does it? All right. Yizz, financially gifting $5. She says, weekly folk tithe to celebrate my success on Pete's podcast. We mentioned it earlier. We'll revisit it again in the announcements a little bit later in the gathering. Wonderful thing that she did. Big salutes, big 07s for Yizz, big diamonds for Yizz, the unifier. She continues here. He thinks what we're doing in the white well-being community is great and enjoyed the Go Free reading so much. He's invited me back to read, explain more another day. That is so awesome that this guy, Pete, big salute to Pete for having Yizz on the first time and for asking her to come back to explain more and read more of Go Free. Imagine that. That is so glorious. God bless you, sister. She says, we're winning. Keep pushing, Kip. And a little white heart emoji. God bless you. Nothing but diamonds. Nothing but diamonds for Yizz the unifier. God bless you, sister. That is really epic. All right, we have, whoa! Keep your 07s out, ladies and gentlemen. Hands over the heart. Raucous emojis. Let's get out the right. There's applauding hands. Let's see them for Simon JJ. Financially gifting 50 British Bulldog pounds. Getting ready for the fight night. 50 British Bulldog pounds. God bless you, Simon. That is glorious. He says the intro for today's show was epic. Jason, we have nothing but progress. Oh my gosh. The swash, my friend, the swash is all over the place. Everywhere you go. Swash is appearing from our white well-being advocates, people who have love in their hearts, love for our victims in the world, and focusing none at all on anyone else, on the way they look. Couldn't care less. I actually couldn't care less. All I care about is if I'm getting, and my people are getting victimized. That's what I care about. I don't care how other people look. All I care about is our victimization. I told one guy, you're failing this part of the IQ test because you're putting emphasis on the wrong thing that is the unifier among all of those who victimize us. Emphasis is in the wrong place, and it's in the most superficial place, and that is appearance, because the broadest number of people with the lowest IQ can understand that. And then they end up pushing around everybody else. Well, if I'm going to be pushed around by these idiots, you can guess again. If I'm the only one in our community here, then we'll be it. That aren't going to allow ourselves to be pushed around by the idiots. The Great Sloths comes in with $15 financial gift. Thank you, good brother. And he says, Scott Adams doesn't deserve nitpicking, but our people deserve the truth about his white negativity. God bless you, Sloths. You are so epically right. We're not nitpicking. We're not being captious. We're not caviling on this guy. We are dissecting his white negativity. White negativity is acting as though, make it as clear as possible, it is negatively focusing on other races of man. That's what it is, white negativity. Negatively focusing on other races of man. And specifically, in most cases, it is under the pretext that you care about white people. And it's just a pretext when these folks, they say, boy, like, look at this video of white people being beat up by blacks, for example, group of blacks shit stomping this white person into the ground. And the pretext there is, I'm sharing this because white people and white countries. But then the whole thing is, and let me show you black crime stats, and let me show you black this, and folks, you and I told one person, you're not sending anybody anywhere. One guy, one of these haters on Jewish people was saying, well, no, if you don't notice and talk about the way they were born, their races, then you won't be able to get rid of them. You're not getting rid of anybody. Go get in your King Toyota and drive out of here, because you're not getting rid of shit. You're not getting rid of anybody. What idiotic fantasies. This is what keeps the white race from coming together as a people and defending our victimization, because the great millions of white people who would do it, who would come together and say, we're going to put an end to it, we're not going to allow the victimization anymore. Every time they look this direction, these vile creatures crawl up out of the sewers and attack and malign, and they throw up swastika banners, and they want to throw up crime stats, and they want to just say how much they hate other groups of people. And then what ends up happening is these tens of millions of white people who want to participate, they say, oh, no, I'm not going to participate in that. In fact, I have to somehow demonstrate that I'm not like them. And so what do they end up doing? They end up becoming Israel first instead of America first. They end up saying, in defiance of what the Christian Bible says, they end up saying as Christians that Jews are the chosen people. I mean, just on and on. They end up grabbing every black person they can find and putting them up on all the pedestals that they can find, because they have to differentiate themselves from this minority of sick individuals out there. And you want to know, how do you undermine white people defending themselves, coming together as a group on the basis of our victimization? You just keep financing the scum. We have here, get out your raucous emojis, 07s, diamonds, please, for Friday Girl. Financially gifting 25, count them, 25 white well-being dollars. 25 white well-being dollars. Thank you for this viewpoint, Jason. She writes here. I think Scott Adams needs to be on this show. And she writes here, I'm CL on YouTube, by the way. Well, which CL is that? But thank you very much. You could write it in the question widget over there on Entropy if you'd like to give any more information or any more thoughts on your financial gift here. Thank you again for the $25 financial gift and what you had to say. I would talk with Scott Adams. I think like all people, he has good and bad qualities, good and bad views and takes. And I believe he's playing to an audience to keep them around, to grow it. Unlike me, I want to winnow people away. So that we have advocates, so that we have people who want to give their time and want to give their genius. And that's, look at the champions that we get. We have more high IQ, Mensa IQ people than anywhere else in the white sympathetic sphere, by far. And that includes Big Con. You got Big Con, and you have like Ben Shapiro and these folks. And they got some high IQ folks. I worked in the Nerve Center for the Conservative Movement in Washington, D.C. They got some high IQ folks, got very overly educated folks. In this little community, we have more Mensa level IQ people than in Big Con. We have more than in explicit white sympathetic groups. We have more than everywhere else. You know what else we got more of? We have infinitely more women. We have infinitely more females than every other group. And they're not just passive observers of entertainment. They're participants. So you've got to ask yourself, what are the reasons for these things? What are the reasons? Well, the reason why is because the Go Free method and everything we've built here. Everything that people want to disparage in all these other circles, they want to ignore. They want to say, "Don't." He's got some words of his own. There's one little prick I'm thinking of right now. I'm not going to say his name. Little prick. I was friends with this little prick. I didn't know he was a little prick then. He goes to this other guy, more of an influential person, and he's like, "You should never have him on. You should never promote Jason. You should never." Because he's made up some words. By the way, here's what this anti-white professor is now coined as a word for X, Y, or Z. So you should use that. Seriously. As though nomenclature from a guy who loves the white race and has his name and face out there for his whole life since 11, 12 years old, and everybody knows it, as though nomenclature from him written and studied by way, nobody else bothers. Who else in the white sympathetic sphere has gone out into the world and actually conducted experiments? No one does that. And then I provide concepts as nomenclature for this science, and they're like, "Oh, it's cringe. It's cringe." But what's the new word the kids are saying now? Let's use that. Fuck off. All right. Well, let's get another 007s. In fact, we're going to have a new, get out your 007s and throw them. Be like, that's how much you're saluted. God damn it. That's how much you're saluted. LN just financially gifted 50 white well-being baby dollars. 50 white well-being baby dollars, because we are protecting white children like it's never been done. Never been done. You know it's never been done. We have years. I got another guy right now trying to make me one of the speakers at a conference coming up later in the year in September. If you all would like to attend that, and it happens, and if I end up going, I will bring those who want to be able to go. I will put you on my name, and you'll be able to go if I go and if I'm alive. And they're saying, "Boy, you have nothing." I observe, you've got nothing but victories. But the one most important one that really impresses this guy is all of the parents and their children. For this guy has remembered so many of the times that even ones I couldn't remember, where parents have used the Go Free method in situations with the church, with their schools, with family members. And they said, do you remember so many of them? This guy was reminding me. I was like, I completely forgot about that. And he said, never. Okay, this guy's in his 70s. Never in the white sympathetic sphere has he seen any other groups, parents with their children, defend their children with the ideology, the strategy, the vehicle that they were invested in the white sympathetic sphere. Never. He said, Jason, this is the only thing that in love can protect white children. It's it. The only thing. And still, why is it a problem to get me? I mean, why is it that, I think Rebecca is great, Blonde in the Belly of the Beast, but why is it that I'm like too much on the edge? But the guy who screams racial epithets, I remember somebody sent me videos of this guy, and it was nothing. It was like a string. It was maybe almost 10 roughly, of these videos where the little girls, little non-white girls, and maybe they're totally anti-white. I don't, but they show up and he's like, hey, what's up? Racial epithet. Why are you calling us that? Oh, it's because that's what you are. Don't you know what your people are? Why is that somebody that's promoted? How is that going to benefit us? I tell you why right now, because all the clamoring coming up from the audience, the clamoring coming up, social media for all. God bless you, Ellen. I'm going to read what you wrote here. Social media, for all the benefits that it gave us initially. You all remember the peer-to-peer communication, especially by way of Facebook, when Facebook was at its zenith. That provided us a great strength that we never had before. I will tell you this. Social media is also the downfall, because never before has the ability to manipulate social support and acclamation, social proof. Never before has it been so powerful, because they can get right into an audience. They can get right into threads. They can get right into a live chat. They can get right into the posts on your social media. And it can be whatever percentage they need to be to persuade. A plurality of opinion, whatever it needs to be. 30% of opinion that shows up. They have no idea, but this is what the audience wants. So I have to give them that. And who the hell knows who these people are? They're non-entities. The great many of these are just going to be bogus accounts. You know that there are server farm style buildings full of employees with, and I mean like metaphorically, like, because they could do it from home. Full of employees being paid with numerous accounts, given marching orders from wherever you want to imagine, showing up everywhere. And then you and everybody else adheres to the manufactured opinion. This is it, folks. This is it. These are the final years that the white race has. These are the final years. Absolute control over individual opinion will be achieved by way of these devices that have really effectively made us like androids. They've really effectively merged technology with that. It doesn't have to actually be injected into our flesh. It's in us. It's everywhere we look. It's ourselves. We take that damn cell phone everywhere, and it's telling you what the world thinks. If I would have been the kind of person that would have fallen for this, they have lit my world up with the manufactured, well, not quotes, the manufactured opinions of those out there and what they want, what they want to see more of. I would have given up a long time ago if I thought that was real. I know the real world. I talk to real white people. This is it. If we don't do it, if we don't accomplish enough at the right time so that we can accomplish more, that will be enough at the right time so that we can accomplish more, that'll be enough at the right times. It's not happening. You understand? It will be full control of a public opinion. And your alt-right people, or whatever you want to call it, the alternative, I should say, the alternative folks to the system, all those content creators, they won't have to be paid off. They won't have to be behind the scenes and then them saying, you have to say this. No, they'll just populate their threads and live streams with audience who clamor for the guy who scares little non-white teenage girls. Unbelievable. LN writes here, with 50 US, God bless you, save the white baby dollars. Thanks, Jason, for all you do. To you and all of us. Little Noir in Twitter. God bless you. Thank you so much. So much for that. Little Noir on Twitter. $50. And we have, keep it going. Keep out your raucous emojis, please. Keep out your diamonds. Rock your diamonds today. Let's have some diamonds because they look like the Eindolin. They look like the Eindolin a little bit. And it's very exciting. It's like they made an emoji just for us. Rock the diamonds, if you will, please, in our celebrations. Montana Kid in here with 25 white well-being dollars. And we're going to be getting to the Go Free lesson of the day in just a minute. Getting your views, getting your thoughts, getting these financial gifts. We're going to read those. Montana Kid, 25 white well-being dollars. 25. Let's put it in to anti-whitism dollars. 25. No more looking for salvation for the white race in hatred of non-white races. For God's sake. And you know what? Anybody out there that wants to continue acting like love is somehow weak, let's fight. I mean, I'm sick and tired of it. I am sick and tired of these people saying, oh, you're some kind of pussycat because you want to go out there and you want to love. I'll tell you what, my love will stomp your hating ass into the ground because I will fight to the death to protect white children. You won't go nearly as far to hate blacks or Jews. I can guarantee it. I keep coming back. I can keep coming back to protect white babies. You better believe it. You won't keep coming to hate Jews and blacks. You better believe that. Montana Kid, $25. God bless you, brother. He says, your book made it possible for me to be proud to be German again. Thank you for that testimonial. That is very meaningful, Montana Kid. Thank you very much. An entire group, an entire swath of our beautiful spectrum of Westernkind and our hues of Western civilization, the great German people, white guilted, maybe more than any other group. White guilted maybe more than any other group, and not coming to pride based on some kind of childish, fictitious look to the cemetery. Go to the cemetery and look for ghosts to be your allies, because that's what looking back is. That's when you look back and you look at that black. If you're black, if you got to look to black and white footage to give you pride, you'll never find anything. If you have to go hunting in cemeteries for ghosts to find your pride and your reason to live, you'll never find pride and reason to live. He found it in himself, the only place it can be found, in the spirit of the West, inside of himself. What we do here and now and marching forward. We write the story of who and what we are, not our victimizers. Thank you so much. That really means a lot to me. Diamonds to Montana Kid. Diamonds. Promethean Promulgation comes in right now with a financial gift of 15. Crush the anti-white dollars. And he says this, God bless you. Promethean Promulgation at work so many different ways for white well-being. Truly is a person that we should celebrate, for whom we should be celebrants. He writes, it's coming up on the anniversary that I left a job of nearly 7 years. Since then, I've had 6 new jobs because I did not settle until I found the right job for me as an advocate. Wow. Crafting his life, your career, what you do for a living, that is a giant swath of your life. Crafting his life sounds like me so that he can serve white well-being. He writes on, it's not because it's easy. Highest employee drop-off of almost any career choice, period. Wow. And he says he's done it because of going free. Because of go free. He has fought from job to job. God bless you, man. Let's get diamonds for that testimonial. Please, please. Let's celebrate each other when we do great things. We need to put each other up on the pedestal when we do great things. We are not the folks who have some one leader, some ultimate leader, or board of leaders. We are all leaders in this. Please celebrate Promethean promulgation. He deserves it. Everybody we celebrate deserves it. He has gone through hell, through difficult choices, not easy choices, challenges the entire time, so that he could find stability in his working environment that best served him so that he could serve us. That, my friends, is a hero. That is a hero should be in every white person's book. You know who everybody should be talking about right now as thank God he's with us? Not Scott Adams. Promethean promulgation. God bless you, sir. Thank you so much for that. We have 07s, $30 over here from the great Mike on Entropy. 30, the anti-whites not putting up with it anymore. Them funding the sickos who claim or who use the pretext of white people being victimized so that they can hate on non-white groups. Dollars, 30 of them from Mike. Thank you so much for that, champ. He says right at the very beginning, keep it Promethean, keep it pristine. What does it mean? It means that reason, logic, and evidence are at the core of decision-making and interpretation. Love for Westernkind. God bless you, brother. Kip to you as well. He says, if there is time, do you have any advice on what to say to white sympathetics who think there needs to be a big shooty war or collapse to save Westernkind? I'd really not like it to come to such violence. I will make time. We're going to keep moving right now, but as I get into the lesson of the day, I will speak to that, good sir. It's very important. Thank you very much. That's a fantastic question people need answers to. Thank you all over there for celebrating. There's Simon, there's Ivan, there's Helios, there's NWG Paradigm, there's the great Elaine Sabatino, there's Corey, there's the great Brad C. Celebrating, champs, celebrating. Every celebrant gets celebrated here. We need to have the big award ceremonies every year. We need to give out the big awards every year, my friends, or it won't be done. Over there on Odyssey, what do we have? Looks like Odyssey, no financial gifts there. And I don't know that any of those comments are new. Let me check out D Live. It is loading. They didn't kick me off, did they? No, it came through. We have a big thank you to Spartan, who's over there on D Live, gave me 5 lemons. 5 lemons of their cryptocurrency and says with this, Jason, please open the treasure chest on D Live. And that I think it used to like distribute a certain number of lemons or the cryptocurrency back to the live chat. I will do my best to remember, good buddy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Everything. Let's turn around here to Cash App. And then we're going to get right into the Go Free lesson of the day. Do you have thoughts? Do you want to share? Let's share them. Talk to me about them. Let's make them real. Actually, you know what? We'll do Cash App because we've been doing these for a while. Let me go ahead and get started on the Go Free lesson of the day, and then we will immediately follow that up with Cash App. How does that sound, ladies and gentlemen? We have as our Go Free lesson of the day. The segment today is the Antagonist. What is that? We're going to talk about in just a minute. We have from the glossary, jealousy and envy. Those are the primary motivators of every single anti-white, irrespective of their race. And we have the MP, the yard sign that reads, hate has no home here. I am going to teach you, men and women, Westmen out there, and non-white people who join with us against anti-whiteism, wonderful people. You saw Shakira. She's going to be back. Already spoke with her. She'll be coming back on with us either next week or the week after. All those folks who want to help us destroy anti-whiteism so that we can save Western civilization for everybody that lives here, improving their communities as well. We give you these tools. I give you these tools so that you can take them into the conversations that you have. And I also want to say, once again, as Save For, we had Anna on this past week as well. Great show. Watch that. Check out Anna and sub to her as well. That remember, your Twitter, your YouTube is going to light up with dirtbags who want you focusing hatred and criticism on non-white groups, who want to get you fighting and riled up, and they're going to show up with their fascists, and they're going to show up with all this kind of garbage. And the majority of these individuals are fabrications. They're not even real people. They are there to continue to drive a wedge between white people who are standing up against anti-whiteism and non-white people who want to stand up against anti-whiteism. They are there to get between a wedge between white people who want to stand up against anti-whiteism and all of those other white people who want to join them but can't, because every time they get close, every time, want to know why the content creators who are big conservative type content creators, you want to know why they're scared? You want to know why they don't write back? Because when we start to make contact, suddenly swarms of neo-Nazis and fascists and anti-blacks and anti-Jews and anti-this and anti-win, kill all of this group, show up in their live feeds, show up on their threads. I got somebody right now who already, the moment we make the slightest contact, all of a sudden they show up to run that person off. So let's go into this. What is an Antag? An Antag is another type of saboteur. It's sabotaging our efforts for white well-being. Antagonist is another saboteur. This is page 88 in Go Free, second edition, iteration 2. He plays the villain in the anti-white narrative. The antagonist derives his name from the assortment of villains, antagonists, presented by the anti-white narrative. Entertainment, historical, edutainment, and much more. So in other words, you see who resists, what they look like, how they dress, etc. in entertainment, edutainment, etc. Education. And then these people in the real world, those who are real, imitate those characters. So they play the villain in the real world. These fictional and fictionalized characters are portrayed as representing the worst qualities of humanity and then infused with some measure of concern for or fixation on the white race. They are adorned with demonized symbols, or their symbols are malevolently redefined, given vile speech, or their speech maliciously misrepresented, and animated with destructive behaviors or deceitfully blamed. Now, I read this recently, but because we're seeing this rise in these type of people being financed, that it is imperative that we address it again so that it is on our lips and in our minds what's happening. When a white man, woman, or child decides to give his or her life in selfless sacrifice to the well-being of our people, in other words, when they see the victimization of our people and they're like, this is awful, I want to help put an end to this. That is a pristine moment of purest love, courage, and nobility. However, such heroes are trapped within the anti-white narrative, which they believe is reality, where their choices for white positive thought and action are limited to imitations of the antagonist characters within the anti-white narrative. You know something that's really funny? I'm going to bring it to you. Oh, God, when can I do it? Maybe next Sunday. Nick Fuentes ever proving me right when he does something different from hating on other groups of human beings. Just had a clip from this week where he says, you know what I'm starting to think? I'm starting to think that people can't even tell the difference between fiction and reality. I kid you not. I have the clip. I wish I had queued it up to play. I'm beginning to think that people don't... Really? You know, I've been preaching that for over 25 years. Maybe if you wouldn't have been so arrogant and then followed idiots out there, you would have been able to learn and you'd be able to cover a lot more ground as a consequence. But you watch now, since he has the much larger audience now, they'll all be saying, well, Nick said it first. All right. So, and I will point out here to Mike's question, Antags, and this is where Mike's question fits in, is that a type of Antag, I'm going to mention and then revisit. A type of Antag are those, but having said this, I realize that there are people who hold this opinion across various types of antagonist roles that we see in the real world because they're imitating the anti-white narrative. But there's a very specific type. They formed militias. So it's like the militiaman antagonist. There are fewer of them today than there used to be. A lot of them were put away for life back in a couple of decades ago. But they believe there's going to be a violent war, a shooting war with the government. And you saw that there are so many people out there, that are susceptible to this, that when a red helmet wearing retardus shows up and begins making statements that have no scientific basis, no basis in reason and logic, continually says, though, this is scientific. And then he has a fat pants pissing leader and inspiration, that massive numbers of people show up to support that. In part because, not that they thought that they were going to have to do violence, but because they thought somebody else was going to do it for them. So also had therefore the hallmarks of a, you could say a Fed op, but ultimately I think we should call these anti-white ops, and or at least consider it, where an effort, whether it's funded by the federal government or the American Israeli PAC, or who knows, the government of Italy, or just the actual idiotic endeavors of low IQ, bad charactered individuals who want to go out into the world and get themselves some fame and make some money off acting a fool. Ultimately, all of those things are anti-white ops because the outcome is negative. The various outcomes are negative for white well-being. You either get people paralyzed because they think someone else will do it. You get people to reject standing up against the victimization of white people because then they think that they are immediately associated with vile, disgusting people who are going to get into the windows of cars of people leaving community centers or houses of worship and cuss them and then mock them with a barbecue and ask how many they can fit inside the barbecue. This is disgusting. This is obviously anti-white ops. Let me continue. We'll talk about the actual violent element of it and the argument that's made. People disgusted by anti-whites playing the victim, this antagonist or the antagonist doubles down when playing the villain. So you see, they're not going to say we're victimized. No, they're going to say we will victimize you even more. Personal historical research and other factors often result. So a lot of the folks who get started with a genuine, beautiful concern for our victimization immediately get onto this antagonist path. Then they go out and they do research of history. And to whatever degree they research and whatever degree the information they find is legitimate or real, ultimately, or false, ultimately, with revisionist history, there is a desire to believe that which contradicts what you're taught by the regime and put immediate faith in it. Whether objectively it's true or not, it just contradicts. It might be true, it might not be true. But ultimately, a lot of these people are finding what they're looking for, if you understand what that means. That's why I don't look in the rearview mirror. It's of no value. People say to me, but Jason, if you don't disprove, I'm going to tell you something right now. I'll reveal a little secret. I don't know if I've revealed before. I was at a big meeting once. It wasn't a conference, it was a big meeting of white sympathetics for various stripes. And somebody was arguing, some crank, that all white people need to focus on disproving the Holocaust. And I got up and I was very unhappy with that, because that is a stream of thought as detrimental to white well-being as the idea, and everybody's going to find a little bit of offense in what I'm saying, but the idea that we're going to have to, before we can save white people, we have to do these, you could fill in the blank, any impossible task. You have to destroy Christianity first. You have to destroy paganism first, the Christians will say. You have to destroy the belief in the Holocaust first. Either idiots come up with these things, or both, I guess, or they're financed by anti-whites. These are non-starters. We can't get to, you're going to say the first task has to be something impossible? And maybe it's something immoral? Maybe it's something useless? Maybe it's something that when your children are on fire, you don't worry about some triviality. You just put the fire out. You get started on ending the victimization. Your children are on fire, but the first thing you have to do is launch a public awareness campaign to put fire extinguishers in your kitchen. Everybody has to have a fire extinguisher in the kitchen, but the kids are on fire right now. No, but first you have to force everyone. So I stood up there and objected, and more than a few people in the group, smitten with this idea of historical revisionism, I said, no, you're wrong, Jason. No, you got to first, because they'll just club you over the head with that. They'll just club you over the head. And I said, oh, really? Because I have no problem saying to them that if you want to, I don't look into the past. I got no problem not looking into the past, because if you're looking in that rearview mirror, you're running off the road. All I do is look forward. All I say is talk about victimization of white people now. But if you, my interlocutor, want to look into the past, I'm more than willing to allow you to thank me for saving that entire group of people from total genocide. I'm more than willing to allow you to thank me. And guess what? Suddenly the subject matter is dropped. So can we move forward with white well-being? But Jason, it's impossible. It's totally impossible. You can't move forward unless you go out into the public like a character out of the movie, like a character out of the book, who has pictures of Jewish children in their basement that he wants to suck the blood out of. And that's what everybody will think of as soon as they hear from you saying that there's no Holocaust. That's the first thing you have to do, because it breaks their conditioning. There's no other way to handle it. Oh, really? Because I just figured out a way in 1 second, you damn retard. I just figured out a way in 1 second. And then they hear the argument, and magically, these people who supposedly are champions for our people, they continue with the historical revisionism. So what's their motivation then? Is it to harm Jews or to help white people? It's clearly to harm Jews. Totally, utterly, from start to finish, to harm Jews. And then I have white people come to me and they say, Jason, but don't say that. Don't say that their objective is to harm Jews, because they'll get upset. I don't give a fuck if they get upset. That's clearly their motivation. And then they come to me and they're like, how dare you reveal that? What do you mean, how dare I reveal it? You are revealing it. Jason's going out there and he's agreeing with them. Because they're right in this case. My objective is to end the victimization of white people. If you want to harm Jewish people, look yourself to hell. We're not on the same side. I don't want anything to do with you. Stop following me. You could block me. Unsubscribe. Don't follow me. Go away. Don't show up in my feeds saying, can you believe this guy's such a traitor? You don't care about white people. I am not in a mission to harm Jewish or black people or whatever else. So I can't be a traitor to your endeavor, dipshit. Why can't you see this clearly? And that's how everybody needs to be in service to white well-being. You don't tolerate these people. They're not on the same path. So personal and historical research and other factors often result in deep loyalties to forms, to thoughts and expressions of concern for our people that have been irredeemably demonized. What might that be? A lot of people think that World War II Germany represents the pinnacle of concern for all white people on planet Earth. And so they go back, they do their historical revisionism, and they say, I read books, Jason, and here's what they really thought. Verisimilitude. Look the word up. I can tell you what you have to do to succeed. I can't process it for you. Do you understand? I can spell it out, but if you can't follow it, or you have some sort of deranged loyalty, then you want to stick with something that's harmful, I can't do anything for you. Even if in your research, what you have found, God himself will come down and tell you, actually, you're right. Believe it or not, you came to the 100% right conclusion. Everything that you think about this period or that period is 100% right. And what they're teaching elsewhere is 100% wrong. Even if God himself did that, you have to live in a world, a sea of people. That's where your life takes place. That's where our effort to end our victimization takes place. It's called pragmatism. There's no use in being quixotic. It's called pragmatism. It has to take place in a sea of human beings, not in the textbooks you have in your house, not in what's written in those documents, or what somebody else can drudge up or dig up or whatever it is, dredge up. It takes place in a sea of human beings. And in those human beings, is our thoughts. And those thoughts run around in their heads. And those thoughts are given them in their teeming hundreds of millions by anti-whites. And they have conclusions about different periods in history that for them are 100% verifiable fact. You are not going to re-educate them. It is an impossible task. Even if God himself would tell you that you're right, you would still be wrong trying to change their opinions about the past. You would still be wrong trying to change their opinions, as Devin Stack was saying. I'm not being mean on Devin Stack. He's a nice guy. People like him. Although he used some foul language that I disagree with, racial epithets. You are not going to be able to go to the world and change everybody's opinions on the black race or the Jewish race or whatever before you can put an end to our victimization. You are just in error. You've got to deal with them where they are. And this claim, I want you to be very wary, my friends, of this claim that you see circulate. I guarantee you, this is a claim given to people who believe or who claim that they are defenders of the white race by anti-whites, very smart anti-whites, because it just turns up everywhere, devious. In fact, I feel 100% that I have had actual federal agents say to me this argument, that if you go into the world and you yell a racial epithet at a Jewish person, that you break the conditioning of the population for condemning the act of calling a Jewish person a racial epithet. That is, I've identified it in the past and I've shared with you all. That is the glitch that's in the human brain, or at least among white people. Creo qui absurdum. And yes, I'm using it differently than it was originally meant. Creo qui absurdum. I believe because it's ridiculous. I believe because it's absurd. For some reason, white people and psychological warfare operators at the highest levels for government, for other groups of human beings that are able to come together and pool their money and resources and intelligence and hire such people, know that the white race suffers from this. My opinion, maybe not every white person. But when we hear something that sounds totally absurd, there's this weird inclination to believe that it must be true. And you all know you have felt it inside of yourself numerous times over your life. Really? That seems absurd. Maybe it's true. Written on the forehead of every white person, along with the word gullible. When you go out into the world and you yell a racial epithet at a Jew or at a black person or at a Hispanic person, you don't break any conditioning. You confirm the anti-white narrative. The exact same way as a pedophile being caught touching a child or with child pornography confirms for the general population that the individual is a disgusting, repulsive monster. You don't break people's conditioning about how much they hate pedophilia by going out into the world and fondling a child in public. It seems so obvious when I share it like this, but you will see, and you will have seen, and maybe share your testimonial of seeing it. These operators, these psychological warfare operators, are the people who have been poisoned by their ideas, showing up and saying, you got to break their conditioning. I mean, even Nick Fuentes, people are saying that he's a Fed now. They're calling him Fed Fuentes. I have no idea whether that's true or not. Maybe he's just another victim of the idiocy. But going out there saying, you got to break their conditioning. It's what Ye is doing. He's breaking their conditioning. It broke their conditioning, all right. That's why I came up with Ye's law. Naming them ruins you. Using racial epithets doesn't break somebody's conditioning. In fact, I will tell you this. You will see the kind of effort that anti-whites in the anti-white narrative have to go through to break the conditioned inertia of our population with meme pathogens. They have to set these meme pathogens, these contradictory ideas. Essentially, they're CCDing like we do in Go Free. These psychological warfare operators are CCDing with meme pathogens in infinite iterations of entertainment and news and education over generations to break the conditioned inertia of norms, beliefs, etc. in Westernkind. So I submit this to you. Anti-whites will, over time, be able to break the conditioned inertia of our revulsion for pedophilia long before any self-identified Nazi or ethno-nationalist idiot is going to break the conditioning of it being okay to say nasty things to Jewish people or think negative things about Jewish people, real or not real or whatever, by getting into a bullhorn and shouting at innocent Jewish people driving out of a community center or whatever it is. It just won't ever happen. What ends up happening to a lot of people? They find things that are true. Some things are true. Who knows? Some things are not true when they do their historical revisionist research. And then they want to go out to the public and they want to tell the public, they want to become a historical revisionist, and they want to talk about all this. They end up saying they love this period. They love this leader. Well, I'm going to tell you all this, what I say, and Go Free. If you believe that what you have found is pearls, so therefore it's real, I'm not going to pass judgment. I don't know what it is. I wasn't there. I have a bunch of people who are, I got anti-whites out there who are self-interested, want to teach me lies. I got people out there who I don't know what they're motivated by, and they've done research and they want to show me whatever they've shown. I've gone through it all. I've gone through far more than you have. All these people will come to me and say, you're just disingenuous. You just haven't done your research. Mother, I have been in this for 3 decades plus. I've gone through infinitely more than you. I know infinitely more about these things than you. And I have the intelligence to have gone through it and now say that I can see the flaws objectively. I'm not able to say what's right, what's not right. I can see that I'm operating in a system of human minds that have been informed in a way that they're living in this artificial matrix we call the anti-white narrative, and that I have to function in there in order to redeem them to a love for our people. So don't come to me and tell me. But I will say this. If you believe that you have found pearls, then don't go out in the world and cast those pearls before what you believe is the swine of the public. Because they're never. Where's First Last? First Last is in if he's in the audience, he will tell you right now. When you go out in the world and you cast these, what you believe are pearls before the swine, you turn off 999 people for every one who already agrees that you'll be able to educate. And then you'll come to me and say, no, Jason, this does work. I spent the last 4 years bringing this one guy over. We got a testimonial from a champion in this community. And I didn't see when he wrote me back if he said it was okay for me to share or not. But he convinced somebody to go down a very ugly path, and it destroyed their life. It was causing problems for their life. And he's gone back and he said, I was totally wrong. You've got to go free. You've got to take a look at this. Big reluctance. Didn't want to do it. Turned it around. We'll celebrate him if we're allowed in a big way. Let me quickly get to, I want to have your calls tonight and everything. Let me quickly get to the other things here. There is so much teaching that has to be done. And unfortunately, I'm not Jesus. Unfortunately, I'm not Odin. You know, I got people that come to me and they're like, Jason, how can I really tell somebody to watch you when you have flaws? Yeah, I do. I'm a human. I'm probably the least flawed, or the person who's made maybe, or among the people that you know who have made the least number of bad decisions. The among the people that you know who have sinned the least, or done the worst thing, or the most egregious thing given the circumstance, the least. I'm probably that guy. But yeah, I don't walk on water yet. I'm so right, I should. But this is the reason why, since I'm not a deity, that we have to come together, because we are against this sea of madness. We are on, my friends, this like wooden vessel of yore that is creaking and that is groaning and that is splintering. And we have the oars, and the masts are down because there's a storm all around us. And the waves are battering the ship, and they're coming over the side, and they're filling the ocean with water. And each one of these waves, and in each one of the giant gusts that come out of the dark clouds, in this dust that surround us, and in each one of the cracks of thunder and lightning that light up the sky, we hear the voices of those who hate us. We hear the voices of those who want to undermine us with all of these other ideas, with the hatred of non-white people. And by God, call it out for what it is. Another wave comes over the side. Hate the Jewish people. Another big hail of thunder and wind. Hate the black race comes over us. Every single one of these things trying to turn the ship over, of us fighting to get to the reclamation of our people, of our destiny. And the entire time, one song in the distance. Not a siren song, a true song of love. Barely audible under the thunder and the cracks of lightning and the waves cresting the ship. It's the pain and the pleas of our people, of the ghosts that have gone before, and the dreams of those yet to be. It is time that we get mad, that we get righteous, that we say enough is enough, and we take back the leadership of that which contends with anti-whitism. And we finally bring this ship to placid waters. You'll never see the promised land until we do. All right, where are we here for our glossary item? Jealousy and envy. Page 195. Jealousy and envy. Jealousy and envy, the fundamental motivations of the anti-white. Envy is specifically delineated from jealousy here as a feeling of discontent, resentment, covetousness of Westernkind's successes, possessions, history, etc. Whereas jealousy is any anger, rage for a perceived rival who has or is likely to triumph in competition. Where does anti-whitism come from? So many people want to tell you that it comes from Jewish people. And that's because they just want harm to come to Jewish people. Anti-whitism comes from jealousy and envy. In white people, in non-white people, it was with us when we stupidly fought each other over our ethnicities, really putting the reality to the fact that embracing ethnicities is the dumbest thing possible right now. We need to embrace us as a single people with ethnicities and countries around the world. That's what we have to come together on, period. It is jealousy and envy. And the first anti-white slurs arrived long before non-white people did. When people in Germany gave slurs to people in Poland, and people in Poland gave slurs to people in Ukraine, and on, because they all ultimately were slurs on us. We are, by way of our projection, a single people, Westernkind. When we slandered each other out of jealousy and envy, when we slandered each other, we were effectively slandering our brothers and sisters in an immediate family. And that is exactly how it rebounded to harm us. That is where anti-whitism comes from. So can you imagine saying of your brother, your literal brother, the son of your mother, that he is a genetic loser, that his genetic inheritance, that's what's in him, what he is made of, is inferior stock, dumb, ugly, too short, too fair-skinned or too olive-skinned, too light-haired or too dark-haired. His genetic heritage is garbage. Every statement like that was a statement about us. When you condemn your brother, the son of your mother, in that way, you are condemning yourself. Anybody who wants to go back, and that, my friends, is ethno-nationalism. Anyone who wants to go back to that is a fool. That is where anti-whitism comes from. As society becomes more complex, the ability to demonize, as communication grows, the ability to demonize and reap the reward grows. Before, non-white races were plentiful in the United States, were plentiful in Canada, were plentiful in Sweden. Hear my words as though they're coming from Jesus or Odin. If you don't understand anymore, I'm sick and tired of explaining these things. If you need to believe that it came from a deity to agree, then do that. There were segments of the population that used what we can now look back on and effectively call anti-whitism against other segments of our population to enrich themselves, to empower themselves, to magnify their power. You've got to learn this lesson. You've got to own it. The English in the United States demonized the Irish. That's anti-whitism. They demonized, and they had long-standing disagreements with the Irish. The English demonized the Italians, and they had long-standing animosities. Inferior. Why? Because it empowered them. It enriched them. It was anti-whitism. It was the brother. Look at this as a parable out of one of your European religion documents or out of the Bible. It was the brother condemning the son of his mother for being inferior. Long before there were Jewish people here. Long before there were Jewish people in Sweden or Jewish people in Canada. That's not a defense for Jewish people who are anti-white. That's not even a defense for Jewish people who are not anti-white. That is a truth that we need to own. You know, the first argument from these shadows that haunt them everywhere they go, the first argument will be, oh, he's just defending them. He must be paid by them. Who was paid by them when there was an ethnic class or a group in Sweden or a group in Norway or a group whatever that benefited from slandering and maligning the other group or groups? How about in England, where the English vis-a-vis the Irish and the Welsh and the Scottish, you could do the same thing with France. You could do the same thing with Italy. You could do the same thing with all of these countries. All of it is the brother. Somebody should write this down. It's the brother condemning the son of his mother for being genetically inferior, for being biospiritually inferior, long before Jewish people ever showed up. And then what happened when non-white people did show up? And how did they end up coming into such massive numbers? How could it happen in an all-white country? Anybody know? Anybody care to hazard a guess? How about some of these new Nazi party, self-identifying Nazi party types? How about some of these goose steppers or fascists or whatever they are? I'm so fed up with this childish LARPing shit and all the lies they tell about everybody who doesn't want to harm Jews with them. How did it happen? How did the group you want to harm make that happen? Well, if you look a little harder and you use reason and logic, you'll discover that anti-whitism at work between the ethnicities, among the ethnicities of the white race, not seeing themselves as a single people, hating on each other, saw the benefit of putting down this group of white people or that group of white people, their brothers, the sons of their mothers, for themselves. You want somebody to point a finger at, you got to point it at Westernkind. You fix this problem, you finish our victimization. And then once non-white people are here, they're human beings too. They're no angels. There are good and bad among them, just like everybody, just like us, just like everybody. And then they become, some of them, anti-whites as well. Jealousy and envy motivating them like a catapult into, with the white anti-whites, like a catapult. Nowadays, you look out and you see, well, most white people who are anti-white today are ugly, and they are ignorant, they're uneducated, they're foul, they have bad characters. But that's not what white anti-whites always look like. No, sometimes in other periods, the white anti-whites looked like the sophisticated English of New England, the United States. Sometimes the anti-whites looked like the good German stock in Pennsylvania, who got up at dawn and worked halfway through the night because it benefited them to oppress another group of white people. All white ethnicities have done this. They all have been anti-white to the others. They all have condemned the sons of their mothers. That doesn't mean that any anti-whites today are less guilty. Every anti-white is as guilty as every other. This lesson was to highlight that the problem that we face is not in the existence of other races of people, which, like the other arguments of rewriting history that can never be done, or eradicating Christianity that can never be done, eradicating a whole group of people can never be done. So if we allow that to be the step that has to be achieved before our victimization is finished, we will never get there. What else is added to jealousy and envy? Once you have this anti-whitism rolling and people get into, in whatever iteration you see it, people get into the jealousy or get into anti-whitism because of the jealousy and envy that motivates them, then you also have plunder and lust. There is financial reward for being anti-white, and there is sexual reward for being anti-white. And it can also be lust of, using it more broadly as aggrandizement for your intelligence. Think about how many white people out there feign as intelligent, and they have people throw themselves at their feet, applauding them, how bright they are, because they'll defend in an academic way anti-whitism, or in a passionate way anti-whitism. Another form of lust. Finally, and we'll wrap this up quickly, we have the MP on yard signs of hate has no home here. Hate has no home here. When you see those yard signs and when you talk to people, maybe you're walking by, The lady's outside. She's anti-white. She's got her sign out front. Hate has no home here. You're walking the dog. You're walking by. Something you can say, an MC, a meme curative. You have this conversation with somebody in your family or friends about this. Hate has no home here. You can say this. Hate is a code word for white people who aren't anti-white enough. Therefore, translated, the sign reads, whites who aren't anti-white have no home here. And you can respond then by saying, anti-whitism has no home in my heart. Do you adopt or accept anti-whitism? You can say that to the anti-white. Somebody with a sign like that is villainy signaling. And you can really put them on the spot. Do you accept the statement of anti-whitism has no home here? Because if you don't, then it reveals that that word you're using there, hate, is a meme pathogen. Code word for white people who aren't anti-white have no home here. Only white people who are anti-white and all non-white people. Except, of course, any non-white people who might oppose anti-whitism. They also would not have a home here. But that would make the sign a little too large. We can say here to Mike's question, what do you say to people who say that a violence has to take place? There needs to be violence for us to reclaim our destiny. That is another example of an act, a feat, a challenge that can never be accomplished. So you can say a lot of things to those people to motivate them, to get them away from that idea. You can tell them they're cowards because they're doing nothing. They're waiting for the big day when the war can finally be waged. They're just cowards. Just put them on that's what I do most of the time. I tell them, you're just a coward because you don't want to work now for white well-being. This is just an excuse. This is just an excuse to sit on your ass. Because you're not going to, if you can't fight at the PTA, the Parent Teacher Association meeting, you're not going to fight when lead is flying. You're not going to fight when limbs are being blown off. You're a coward. And I know you as a coward for this argument. Furthermore, anti-whites control violence. The evidence is everywhere, and it's been that way for many generations. The field of violence is one in which anti-whites in the regime want us to venture because it's impossible to contend with them. There is no, and there will be no, and sometimes this is implicit in these arguments, Mike, is that the violence, there needs to be a civil war. There is no oppositional pole. You need an oppositional pole to the regime that serves as gravity for those who want to resist. You can look at every example in history of internecine conflict where peoples have vied for control over an area, i.e. a civil war. And there's always been an oppositional pole. It cannot exist without it. There is nothing for people to come around and say, this is the moral basis for my resistance against that. This is the governing authorities that serve as the basis for my resistance to that. If you don't have, there's this confusion that I believe absolutely has to be a federal operation, in my opinion, that tells people, and it obviously would be something. I mean, the FBI has revealed numerous times about, and look into it for yourself, maybe I'm wrong, about setting up operations where they serve as this hub, this honeypot for violent talk, so that people who are inclined to violence will come to them, and they justify saying they do this so that they can get these people off the street before they do violence. Now, if that's not true, then I'm wrong, but check it out. And they communicate this idea that a resistance to organized resistance, organized, established, armed with high-tech weaponry you can't even fathom, with sound weapons that can liquefy your organs, that you can somehow resist this with anarchic resistance, anarchic violence. It cannot be. Just imagine being in a village of 100 people. And even if you had 90 of them who were angry, but the requirement here in this thought experiment is that the 90 of you cannot come together to resist the 10. Because that's the reality of our countries and our civilization. There's no oppositional pole. You can't come together. There is no, like in the War for Southern Independence, it was, you had an entire ethnicity. You had established figureheads. There was a morality in the South. There was a history, etc., that all of these people clung to. There was authority in the form of government across the South. That 90 in that tribe of 100 would never be able to overcome the 10 because of it. End of conversation. So anybody saying there has to be violence, you can just tell them right there on the spot, you're just a coward. If you can't take somebody calling you a bad name, you're not going to take anybody shooting a sound cannon at you that will turn your heart muscle into loose tissue, my friend. You sit all day on the couch eating potato chips. It's going to have to come to violence. Well, you're not going to be a part of it. All right. Let's see what you all are saying. We have over here on entropy, we have, is this Promethean promulgation back again? All right. You got to get out diamonds, please, because now that's $30 from Promethean promulgation. This epic champion in service in numerous ways, financially gifting tonight a total of $30 US. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. Diamonds and 07s for our champ. I should have said that it's not just for Go Free that I put forth more effort than I need to survive, but that I realized thinking I can't succeed was just a derivative of the awkward white guy meme pathogen. I made more that very day than ever before. Amazing. God bless you for that testimonial, champ. That is epic. You folks, Go Free is a method for argumentation. It's also a method for cleansing yourself of the poisonous ideas created in psychological warfare to undermine you and your potential. Cleanse yourself of these things, and you'll be better than you ever were before. You have to literally do the exercises, though. It's a very simple thing to understand, a very direct thing, and you'll find the instructions in the Go Free manual. Big thank you to Promethean Promulgation for sharing that testimonial and the financial gifts. God bless you, brother. The great Mrs. Jess Horst is here. And thank you, sister. $5 over here and 3 beautiful white heart emojis. God bless you. And you know it's him, folks. You know it's him when you're getting out the number 50. DB50. DB50. 07s, diamonds, raucous emojis, applause over the head. Do they make those kind of emojis? Over the head applause for a true champion. DB50, Dude Bro Moment 50, financially gifting 50, he says, for white well-being dollars. What a true champion. Week after week after week, working for every one of those dollars. Blue-collar worker. You all get to see people who give me financial gifts. I don't have somebody in my background or numerous people like these wannabe parties do, like other content creators do, that are paying, they do this for their living. They pay for their house, they pay for their car, they pay for their medical. Who's paying? Who's the person who's paying the piper? Who are the people who are paying the piper? Why are they having these people go out and slander Jews and frighten blacks and all of this sort of stuff? Why is that what they're demanding of them? Why are they having these people do Roman salutes? Why is anybody paying for Roman salutes? God bless you, Dude Bro Moment. And because you have your raucous emojis out, holy God, double them up, triple them up, make them diamonds, make them rainbows, make them swirls, make them thumbs up, make them swash flags. Ladies and gentlemen, J.M. Johnson adding as well 50 white well-being dollars from J.M. Johnson. God bless you, man. Totally awesome. Mighty Mouse. I think that is Mighty Mouse as the avatar. Mighty Mouse. Who is that other mouse? Danger Mouse was the cartoon from the UK. He says here, in Crucible, there were two guys who warned you about who was looking to Hertz. I'm not sure if their names were Brian and Chris or Chris and Adam. They were the only two who had your back. Are you still in contact with them? Those are obviously not their real names. I changed the names for the book. I don't want to bring people attention. They've got families. They have lives. They've got jobs. They don't need to be attacked. I mean, I'm sure that if they were to publicly voice agreement, that they too would be attacked. I don't currently have, or at least that I'm willing to share, communication with those people. But yeah, they were there in a substantive, but also kind of a superficial way, as you know from reading Crucible. But they remained true. And the secrecy was, of course, a result of the victimization going on in that environment, the attacks going on in that environment, the pressure of that environment. And so I couldn't ask for more from them. That was actually helped a lot. That agreement and that friendship and that concern meant a lot with all of that pressure. So folks, I guess in that vein, and thank you so much, JM, for bringing them up. The great JM Johnson with a stupendous $50 financial gift and this great question about these two guys, two friends that supported me, not, standing like shoulder to shoulder with me, but they were there. They were concerned about me the entire time in junior high school. That never think that your support, a good word, I know what you're going through, is meaningless, or it has too little value. I mean, if you work with somebody or it's a family member and there's too much anti-whitism, there's too much pressure there to go out on the line, to be there in secret to say, I get it. I know how bad it is. That will mean a lot for that person. I mean, I was going through nightmares. I was having, who knows how much worse it would have been. So thank you for bringing them up. I appreciate it. J.M. Johnson with a great financial gift and a great question there that focuses us on the caring for each other. And, they came there for me. And it's a great thing to point out, JM, because they were there for me. They weren't there because they hated Jewish people. They weren't there for me because they hated Black people. They were there, and that doesn't exonerate anti-whites of any race. They were there because they cared about me. That's how we have to be for each other. Thank you for helping to make that point. The Great Slots writes here in the question widget, if people listen closely to what Scott said in his video, he wasn't being a racial essentialist. He was, in fact, treating race as a social construct, but he did not allow one group of those to be accountable and not the other. Thus, cognitive dissonance in the anti-whites. From my point of view, saying race is a social construct is inherently white negative. I don't endorse any of the negativity Scott is using, as well as his using a universal metric for different biospirits. But he is still white sympathetic to some extent. Credo qui absurdum, he also adds to those comments, is because we cannot imagine coconut. What now? A counterpart very easily. I will come back to that. I'm having a little bit of blurriness, to say the least, at the moment. And I'm not exactly sure. When there are words that I can't predict what they are, then I'm not exactly sure what I'm reading when my vision is this blurry. Concoct a counterpart very easily. For example, a phlogiston exists. We cannot imagine a phlogiston to say it does or doesn't exist. So it exists because we cannot imagine or concoct a counterpart very easily to something we don't know, is what he's saying here. Very well stated. It's a very smart, actually, assessment. But God bless you, brother. That's the Great Slots. And I have to find my glass. Where did I put my glasses? They're around here somewhere. Looks like Odyssey. I can't read at the moment. I don't see what looks like it would be the... I'll come back to D Live and Odyssey. That's too far away at the moment. And let's see what's much closer and much larger. And that is Cash App, which we can just refresh. And is my mic still working? Is it still on the right? My voice is struggling. Is my mic working? It looks okay. It's fine. Okay. All right. We have oh my gosh. Get out the 007s, please. Get out the raucous emojis. We're going on a wild ride over here on Cash App. We are doing the Lord's work. We are doing. Oh, thank you, Brad. See, Mind Over Magic. See, I'm coming in loud and clear. Yeah, I had to make sure it was still the right mic because it shut off. It did that thing that it used to do where it would switch it to the either mute or to the other mic earlier in the show. But We are doing the biospirits work here, ladies and gentlemen. These financial gifts are testimonials of the success, or to the success of the work that we're doing. Testimonials to the success of the work that we are doing, rather than a desire to see a particular vehicle or style LARPed from the past, or appreciation of a style or vehicle LARPed from the past. Keep that in mind and share that kind of thinking with folks out there when they are seeing financiers come up with money for these self-identifying Nazi or fascist groups or whatever they're doing now. $200 from No White Guilt Clips. $200 from No White Guilt Clips. I got to fix Cash App over here. Hold on. Hold on. $200. Let's get out some 007s, some diamonds, some raucous emojis. Oh my God. For No White Guilt Clips. This guy called in and he asked last week, he asked questions about how to handle the anti-white obedience training at his work. We gave him some ideas. He's rocking it in so many ways. Such an inspiration. And it's all of what I'm saying now is what he does before he financially gifts. Man, God bless you, brother. All right. How does this? I'm trying to make this work. All right. Go ahead and work anytime you want. Okay. Very good. No White Guilt Clips, ladies and gentlemen. 200. Let's look at it this way. 200 salutes for this guy. God bless you, No White Guilt Clips. We also have White Student Transmission, the champion, whose book is out now. Check it out. It's available on Amazon. White Student Transmission. Somebody write the name of his book in the live chat. $5 financial gift. He says, let's make the Scott Adams remarks a win for white well-being. I love it. Let's do that. That's what we're doing. Thank you for the penguins, Franklin. That is awesome. 100% agree with White Student Transmission. Let's make it a win for white well-being. We have here David. David financially gifting. Get out the raucous emojis or keep them going. 07 for David in his testimonial of $23.47. Thank you so much, good brother. And I thank you very much for the way you sent that. God bless you. I really appreciate it. A true champ. Thank you very much for that, my brother. We also have over here, Dr. I is with us. Dr. I financially gifting $10. My vision will clear up now. My vision will clear up thanks to Dr. I. $10 says, thanks for the clarity and analysis! Exclamation point. You are most welcome. That is the great Dr. I. Hey, guess what? Brad C., a champion who just sails through the mist and fog of contest for white well-being, Brad C. $25 financial gift. Herculean champion 07s. I'm giving 07s all over the map for the champs. 07s, $25. And he says, big Promethean energy. BPE. It is some big Promethean energy. And this gentleman has it. BPE from Brad C. I love it. BPE from Brad C. I think he's still with us. Awesome, man. We have also Art Acrobats, long time advocate for white well-being, going through hell as we all are. Art Acrobats in the struggle for white well-being, $5.09. And he writes, with these $5, he wants everybody to know 5 key concepts, 9 key words. 5 key concepts, 9 key words. Yeah, indeed. They want to go around and they want to say these other numbers. They want to talk about these other, you got new numbers now. You don't need numbers written by somebody in a prison or numbers that reflect some alphanumeric value. You need 5 key concepts and the 9 words. That's how you change the world. God bless you, Art Acrobats. And we have here Westernkind United, financially gifting $3. God bless you. Thank you, brother. He says with those $3, brother, your voice is our voice. I appreciate that, man. NWG. Your voice is our voice. Thank you. Really, thank you for that. I'm running it hoarse today, my brother. I'm running it hoarse today. But that's how it's got to be, because we are endlessly opposed by not only the anti-whites out there, but so many who want to harm non-white groups with the pretext of white people getting hurt. That's our reason. Always at our throats. Keep those fire and emojis going. Keep the applause going. Keep the squirrels going. Keep it up. 007s. 007s over my right shoulder. 007s. Because one of our great, not only is he a great advocate for white well-being, in that he has come up with MCs and he has coined different things and dealt with anti-white attacks in ways that were instructive and we could learn from. But because as he strolls through the contest for the very well-being of our people, he can pick up or set down at like 10 different musical instruments and play them all with ease, beautifully. First, last. Financially gifting 51. I'm here for the long haul of white well-being dollars. 51 of them. God bless you, brother. He wants us all to know something he has shared with these 51. I'm here for the long haul of white well-being dollars. And that is New Earth calendar. He loves the harmony of the mathematics on the New Earth calendar. It's the way his brain works. A lot of symmetry. And we love that about you, first, last. We have a real community of love here. And that is what's going to sustain us. That's what's going to sustain us. They have all the money in the world. They have all the everything. You can't compete with them on the plane of money, where money can be used. You can't compete with them on the plane of violence, where they have like Star Trek level violence and they can do it legally. You can't compete with them there. That is why we found another way. My God, and it works. Continue those raucous emojis, please. Swash flags, like Franklin's got out the swash flag. $25. $25. I love saluting y'all. $25 from the great artificer. $25. $1 bill at a time, dollars. And he writes here, for the orbitards. For the orbitards. Hold on. Yeah, for the orbitards with a laughing, with a little laughing emoji face. Are they with us tonight? Do we have a bunch of haters and orbiters here to hate on us? $25. Totally beautiful. Totally beautiful. We don't want that to come on. Yeah, can you believe that? I saw this. God bless you all. God bless you all. It's truly we are showing that we are a community that's not going to be pushed around. We are not going to be intimidated. We're not going to be driven off. It's going to be a rough ride moving forward. Oh, there are my glasses. It's going to be a rough ride moving forward because of anti-whites wanting to undermine Donald Trump. It's just the reality of it. There are going to be a lot of idiots out there that are going to be saying, oh, well, the time has come that we're going to be marching in the streets and they'll finally be able to leave their basements from under their mother's skirts because look at all of the real haters of Jewish people and real haters of black people and the real haters of Arab people. They're getting more and more time and all over the internet and all. So the time has come. That's going to persist until Donald Trump loses or he wins. So we're going to have a tough ride moving forward. You know, I'm looking here and it struck me again. Here's Blonde in the Belly of the Beast. That back in the day, I recall, I mean, I'd have to look back. I think she's a wonderful person. But her audience has clamored so much for this Antag that she had him on, whereas back in the day of her own evaluation, she looked out at me and Jared George and was like, that's a little bit too far. So that puts the writing on the wall for you. Let me go. Oh, let's see. Okay. Credo qui absurdum is because we cannot concoct a counterpart very easily. For example, phlogiston exists. We cannot imagine a phlogiston to say it does or doesn't exist. Is that right? So that is not a nonce word. That's not a nonce word. That's something else. I'm not sure what that is. Is that a school of thought? Give me some more info, brother, about whether that's like a school of thought, but it's not a nonce word, which is what I thought when I was first looking at it. All right. Oh, let's check up over here now. All right. We didn't miss anything. We're good. My glasses, I put my glasses on. I can't see that far. My glasses are for, like reading. Out there, it's like looking in salt water. Useless. Let's keep rolling really quickly so we can get to more of what we had lined up here tonight. We'll get to our next piece. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll do our next piece of music really quickly because it's apropos. We've been talking about all of these Antags out there. Remember, that's short for antagonist. Antagonist in the anti-white narrative, which is the story that we live under. Much of it fictional, much of it fictionalized, some of it real. That's the story we live under. They give us, in our stories, total fiction, antagonists of various types. People in the real world imitate those antagonists. I mean, look, for example, at Nick Fuentes and his following immediately adopting the antagonists, these like serial killer bad guys in the movies, and they thought it was wonderful. Imitating and then becoming in the real world an antag to the anti-white narrative, and therefore proving for the population that the anti-white narrative is real, even though it's not real, even though it's fabricated. It's a very powerful form of psychological control. Antag is what we were talking about. And with that, I give you this. Epic song. You gotta love ForNull. All right, wrap that up. Great, absolutely great piece. Let's get rolling with the rest of this gathering. That's a great ForNull. Angry cowards, which is all they are. Angry cowards. Beautifully. What a cool song, right? A big attaboy to the absolutely amazingly talented, multi-talented ForNull. He's like an omnipathic in many ways. So let's see really quickly what you all are saying in the live chat, and we will proceed so we can get to some calls tonight. And whoa, already running out of time. We want to hear what you have to say, and if there are any more financial gifts, I will get to those absolutely as well. I put in some eye drops, so maybe things are a little clearer now. So I'm having not only maybe a little bit of age-related eye blurriness, but also some allergies. Given the warmer temperatures, pollen is out, so I got to take my allergy meds. And nonetheless, sometimes you get a breakthrough of allergies. And one of the things I can do for me is it can run like a film on my eyes. And then I'm like, wow, I'm going totally blind now. It won't be long. Fun. My vision used to be 2015 for real. That was serious. That's serious. So let's see what y'all are saying here. And Pattern is here. Said good night a little bit earlier. Good night to you. Eric is here. Great to see you, brother. Super dub. Great to see you. God bless the great Brent Danger, School of the West. Brent, we're going to have you on soon, okay? Can you come on soon and give us an update? We have Jimmy here. Jimmy the Italian says, a great stream, by the way. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Jimmy. NWG Paradigm with some fires. Heidi is here. Great to see you, sister. We were celebrating you and Raymond a little earlier, right before we got started on the review. I hope you have a look at it and able to pull some things out of it that are useful to you and Raymond. Linda's here. Great to see you, sister. Irish Jim says Promethean hails. A big Promethean hails. I got my Italian brothers. I got my Irish brothers. I got my German brothers. They're all speaking up tonight. We are one people, baby. Many ethnicities, beautiful. Many countries, beautiful. Many hues of Western civilization, one people. Ivan is here. Great to see you. Popcorn power. Sound is perfect earlier. Thank you for that. Perfect. And there's the great Brad C. Lance is here. Mind over magic. And cool Papa J magic. We got all kinds of magic in the house tonight. All kind of magic. I was feeling like when we were getting started, I was like, what is this deal with? I normally don't like to listen ahead of time to something I'm going to review so that my responses are genuine, like as original, or my reaction, because my response is going to be the same. But I like to think that maybe my reaction, but I had this playing as a review that Devin Stack did. Thanks to Heidi, by the way. She did help me with that as well. And big thank you to Heidi for that. While I was showering, so turn that off. And but I didn't hear all of it, clearly with the water going. And I ended up focusing more on what Devin had to say. And then he would press play again for this guy, Scott Adams, and I would still be thinking, like, either that makes some sense, Devin, or I think that's really incorrect, Devin, while he's talking. But nonetheless, it ended up being, I hope, a beneficial Mr. Frosty is here review where you can find some tools and take into the world. The great Elaine Sabatino is still with us. Lily is here. Great to see you as well. And remember, tag me to help me. And there's White. There's Nate Lentini, the great Lentini, has joined us again. Great to see you, good sir. Victorian time traveler. Great to see you, brother. And sliding through, World Conqueror is here. Hello to you. Southern Bloom. Hello, dear sister. Jason C is here with his great name. Fantastic. Splendid to see you, sir. Time Traveler says, if any of us can help our brother Raymond Foster in any way, we should. He says he's okay, but I've never been flooded out and felt okay afterward. So yeah, I retweeted this last night, and Victorian Time Traveler was on the thread as well on Twitter. Raymond Foster, his home is in a what is normally, I guess, like a beautiful campsite or campground, and it floods like under 12 inches of water or so. So he's in a tough way. Pray for him, please, and send him positive energy. And if you can help him in another way, then please do so. Victorian Time Traveler, thank you very much. Our brother Raymond Foster there, serving white well-being in Waterworld. Klomp is here. Or should I just call you Mr. Sauce? Wonderful to see you. And we have First Last saying to check Cash App again. Okay, I will do that. Ivan saying, what is a nonce word? That is a word that's made up for the moment. So it can be in adults will do it. Use a nonce word. Well, when they're joking, they can also use it in philosophy. And it's just a word you make up just for that moment. Or sometimes the nonce word will be reused for the same subject or to represent the same thing. It's like saying in economics, if you had economics classes, the word widget is used for everything because you don't want to have to say everything. Widget is not a nonce word, but they could have coined a nonce word for that purpose. Or at least I don't know the history of widget, actually. So I don't know. Sloth says, the phlogiston is a philosophical concept, okay, that replaced some nonce word in my head from college days. Okay. So I guess that means you were using it as a nonce word, not the actual school of or body of thought. Okay. Very good. Well, it made sense then. I've read it properly then the first time. If you don't know what the thing is, like you can't imagine the opposite of flibum flabum. There's a nonce word for you. So it's the same thing that Slots is using there. It's using it as a tool. If you don't know and define and can know what you need to know to be able to visualize the contradictory, what it's not, and or how it fits in to your rest of your understanding. So Slots is saying this is how the credo qui absurdum, the way I use it, I believe because it's absurd, is effectuated in the minds of so many white people. Beautiful. Thank you for the clarity. And First Last again, recheck your Cash App. Alex Simpson's, great to see you, brother, says a disgusting MP that I don't hear discussed about much is the idea, and then I guess he'll follow that up. Elaine Sabatino with the fire. Heebie-jeebies, writes Art Acrobats. So we'll find out the rest of what Alex is going to write here. But before then, we're going to head on over here to Cash App and see what First Last wants us to see. And, oh, I see why. He sent us back. First Last sent us back. Again, you all know what to do. I mean, if you had any doubt, First Last is like, go to Cash App. Go to Cash App. Do it now. Do it now. 007's nice and tall, chest out. You have a lot of pride. Definitely teach your sons, but even your daughters, when they stand, they don't slouch. They don't do this. My father, when I was a child and strong man, when I was standing as a boy, as a child, and I wasn't standing with good posture, like I was a proud son of the West, he would either just tell me, chest out, stomach in, or sometimes, not sometimes, but maybe rarely, he would take like the back of his fingers and against my chest, like sternum, and not hard, but his fingers, were like stone, and it always got my attention. And so after you had said it so many times, it would just be like that backhand on the sternum, and I would be like, straight up. I'm not slouching. I was just trying to see underneath something. First Last, $150 more, bringing him to a total of $201 by the great First Last. Let's get some diamonds. Are there any raucous emojis for like a piano, a guy playing a piano, or a guy playing a violin, or something like this? He plays like 10 instruments. First Last, man, $201 in this stream. Thank you so much. The little firework explosion thing is awesome. We don't really do the lightning thing here because of what it represents elsewhere. And even though you might mean it to be positive and not have anything to do with that, others will look in and see a meaning that's not there. So diamonds, the little fireworks blowing up, guy playing the piano, 07 or 007 for the great First Last. God bless you. And keep that going, because you know what? The great Quebec has also shown up on this night, financially gifting $25. And Quebec, God bless you. Thank you for that as well. Good. Quebec's been around forever, and the guy is unstoppable. Even when he's just like, you're like, whatever happened to the Quebec? Oh, there he is again in a big way. There he is. Quebec. 07 to you, my friend. Raucous emojis to you. And First Last writes in the live chat, damn you, No White Guild Clips. Damn you. Every time Clips financially gifts, it means First Last has to dig back into his pocket. Oh, man. Oh, look at this. That's cool. Brand Danger. It's a new kind. I haven't seen that before. That it's like another type of, what would you call it? Like a stylistic explosion of a firework. First Last. That's cool. Oh, cool. You guys found some piano keys. Nice. All right. That's the man. Both of those. First Last and Quebec are the men. Art Acrobats sharing squirrels, which will, of course, run off the great Kate, who is with us. She's with us. Franklin says the gym is to Carlisle what Cash App is to First Last. Yes. She's working out, but she's with us. Silver is here. Kazorian says debate Nick Fuentes. Over what? I think Nick has a different objective than I do. And that is, his objective is Nick Fuentes. His objective is to continue to be the center of some people's conversations, and he's doing a great job at that. I could never argue a better approach at bringing more attention to Nick Fuentes than Nick Fuentes. But if there's a different subject to discuss, then I would consider it. Oh, we got art acrobats with a hedgehog and a guitar and a squirrel and piano keys. You all are actually going to scare off the great Kate with the squirrels. But all right, I think I've got all that covered, and we are just hit 9. I want to get calls. So where are we? Let me very quickly, because we have to end in 25 minutes. If you would like to call, let me know. Mr. V is I guess first on the list, unless somebody else wants to get in on the action. I will save the content creator share segment. I've got content creators here to share. I will save that for next time. And the announcements, I'm going to run through that quickly. We have Yizz Picnic in April. If you would like to participate in that, I plan on being there. It was totally epic last year, so effectively it's another event for us, and you can participate in it. It's going to be either Eastern Tennessee, Southwest Virginia, somewhere in that area of the country. If you would like to participate, you have to reach out to Yizz. You have to let her know before April time. So you got plenty time to do that. I do also want to mention that the like miniature conference is still on in Central Texas. If you would like to be a part of that, you have to reach out to me. So if you know my email me, DM me on Twitter or Gab are good ways to reach out to me. If you would like to participate in that, that is March 25th. I'm not throwing it, but it is a generalized white sympathetic event. There are going to be a few speakers and like a micro conference. We can call it that. Micro conference. It's going to be a few speakers. It's going to be fun. There are several people from this community who are going. And so I will be there. And if you want to participate, because I can't vet you, I don't have the time to vet you. I don't have the inclination to. So if you're just like somebody in the population, you're just a lurker, you just watch, I'm not going to be able to send you the invite to participate, because the guy who's throwing it doesn't have the time to vet you out, doesn't want to deal with that. He's complicating the process to be able to participate because we're under the anti-white narrative. This is not, though, a place that I've been assured there aren't going to be there aren't going to be vile people there. Okay. World Conqueror was going to be on the list, but can't tonight, but will next week. So please come back next week, brother, for a phone call. If you would like to be a part of that and you are a regular, I see you regularly, you're in the live chat regularly, then that is going to end up being a boon for you. Because if you would like to attend this, March 25, Central Texas, reach out to me and I will recognize you and I will send you the invite. You'll be able to participate. It's going to be a lot of fun. And who knows, we're going to do as much good as we can for white well-being in this community while we are there. You know what will end up happening? We'll just end up plucking the smartest people out of the entire group, the most moral and the most intelligent people out of the entire group, and we'll walk away with them. We'll walk away with the gems. I'm fine with that. So keep that in mind, as well as Yizz Picnic in April. So we got a March event and we got an April event. Things are growing for us in service to white well-being. I love it. Yizz, I'm going to be on Yizz channel on this coming Wednesday at 11 a.m. for a show that she does weekly, and she's going to be interviewing me for about an hour. It's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. You'll find that show over at her channel. Yizz is live tomorrow night at 6 p.m. on her channel with Discordant Dragons, as she is every Monday. Please make sure you're there. Please make sure to be in the live chat, say hello, and give a like and share it, the URL, with your circles of influence. That's Yizz on Monday as well. The audiobook, I'll quickly say to that, that the company has it, and the process now, what ends up happening is they review it. The technical review done by their software is already finished, and we passed with flying colors. Of course we did. The book is 4.5 hours of audio. I excluded the appendices from it, and they will let me know. They have a person or people will listen to it. They will evaluate it. They'll let me know when it's ready to be up and available on Audible, on Amazon, and on Apple, iTunes or whatever they sell iBooks, or they sell audiobooks on. And here's the thing you need to know. They select the price. So whatever that price is, I had nothing to do with it. The author of the audiobook does not get to set the price. So please be aware, I have no idea what it's going to be. So they're anti-whites that run these companies. Who knows what they're going to do? And we'll make changes. We'll do whatever we have to do if they try to set it up in a way that excludes most people from being able to get the audiobook. So keep an eye out for that. Make sure, if you haven't, that you retweet the action item from today, which is a tweet that I retweeted from the Great Sloths about Imminent Reign's album that is going to be available in April as well. We're building up to that, this big release of Imminent Reign's album that's been coming together for years. Imagine that we have walked this over years. That's done in love, things like this. He's a fantastic, you've heard the song. We play a song at the beginning of the first, I guess, third of the gathering every week, all the way up through to this. Be a part of this. Share this. Get a screenshot. Share it on your other social media, please. Let's celebrate Imminent Reign and his hard work, and let's make him famous with this album. Oh, let me draw a circle around this because we'll have to get back to this next week as well. I want to go over to ForNull's WesternKindGames.com and check it out live with everybody. He's updated things. It's a heck of a lot of fun. The games that are there, you can go to nowhiteguilt.org and either if you're on a phone, that little sandwich menu, or I think it's all the way on the right on a tablet or desktop, and click on the games tab, and it will take you to his website and this particular one, and you can participate in his main game. But then there's also the game that he and Axis Mundi worked on together that is totally cool as well. It's a vocabulary, and it gives you a score at the end, tells you how well you're doing with the vocabulary of Go Free, how well you're getting it. A lot of resources there. You can listen to music over there on the website. It's fun. In fact, the game, you can fight. It's like a choose your own adventure, a book that is on there, and you can get into a fight. You can choose that course of action, and it's funny. It's not going to get you the best points, but check it out. ForNull is such a champion. But I'll go over that next gathering on a Sunday, but maybe before, maybe on a roll-in. We'll see. And let's see, what's my time at? Okay, so the only call, let me just make sure. I'll look at financial gifts again, and also if anybody has tagged me that is in the live chats right now, I will speak to those as well. So I've got ForNull's website with Axis Mundi's game as well, the content creator segment that I want to share. Oh, yes, obviously, the big thing, big thing, it'll have to wait for next week because or should I do them now? Maybe, God, it's almost 9:12. I want to spend more. I don't want to rush through it, but we have 3 pieces of mail in the mailbag. We have the one piece that we're going to revisit, and we got a new true champion, ever faithful. He's with us again. And the great Elaine Sabatino, her box of goodies has arrived, and it's like opening up something from a storybook. This woman is so amazing. And what she does, including, I'll share this with you. She sent a stack of printouts of dictionaries from, I think one of them I saw was from like 1962 or something. And anti-whitism, not in them. So all of these different dictionaries she's gone through, she can find anti-Semitism, but there's no anti-white or anti-whitism. So further proving what I had experienced and shared over the years about coming to anti-white and anti-whitism, and then finally having the great final blossom, this epic champion. And we played one of his videos at the very beginning of the gathering today, where he found in a 50-year-old dictionary that it was there, anti-white and anti-whitism in one dictionary. But now we have many even older dictionaries, and it's not there. So it's concepts that are, how do I phrase this? Words in the form of concepts are the most powerful things on the planet. It's what defeated Western civilization. Not swords, not guns, not bombs, concepts. So we create concepts that overcome what they have done, and it's proving it everywhere you look for all of these years. That is how we reclaim our destiny. Why? Because concepts animate human beings. Human beings change their environments. They make their laws, etc. More importantly, their laws, their codes, their norms are created, interpreted, and even ignored as a consequence of the morality that animates them. You don't have to think about all those things if you don't want to. I've done it. It's the Go Free method, and it works. We are taking Westmen from pitiable situations and making them into heroes. So big salute to everybody. Wing and Production says, sent me a Twitter message. So it's a DM that you sent on Twitter. Thank you. And we have here, Ace has shown up. Ace has shown up here near the end with a $25 financial gift. $25. And with that 25 white well-being dollars, she writes, 07s, folks, raucous emojis for Ace. She writes, for Westernkind. Epic. Thank you so much. Everybody, please celebrate Ace here. We got Ivan with spiders and Pearl Lady with clapping hands and Art Acrobats with spades. It's cool. Southern Bloom with clapping, Miss Jess Horse, and White Wolf with 07s. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. 25. Let's save the white baby dollars. Oh my gosh, time's ticking by. And we have over here on Entropy, Western Inoculator, financially gifting $10. Thank you, brother. And says, hello, Jason. Long time no see. I wrote you back, man. Did you write me back since then? He writes here, I'm still trying to find a job, but have had some interviews. Awesome. That's great news. Also, I recently heard one of the most anti-white meme pathogens ever. The MP is, quote, when you are used to privilege, equality feels like oppression. I've heard that one. I've heard it. What is a meme curative for this? Well, I guess the easiest thing I can share with 13 and a half minutes, I got to make the call right now. And I will write it down and I will specifically address this one when I come back, either during the week or at the next gathering. Probably at the next gathering, but maybe during the week. The easiest thing you can say to this one is that is the most disgustingly anti-white thing I've ever heard. And then they'll want to know, well, why is it the most disgustingly anti-white thing in the world? They can't tell you what you've heard or not heard, right? They'll have to inquire. Why is that? Because you are assuming or applying to me a privilege that I never lived. And then on the account of those benefits that I never experienced, that most white people never experienced, you want to victimize us. Your excuse for victimizing us is a lie about all the benefits that we've experienced, which we didn't in life. So this is just an excuse for you to victimize white people. But I promise, brother, I will get back and we'll seal that right up for you. I got to place the call here as I look quickly. And I see right now we have Mr. Vieg is getting the call. We have a financial gift of 5 library tokens. It's a great question, by the way, Western Inoculator. How despicable. And of course, you can also do do you say that about Jewish people as well? That they've lived such life. Every Jewish person has lived every black person has lived such lives. Of course they don't. It's just an excuse to victimize white people, which makes you anti-white. 5 library tokens from Who to Thunk It over here on Odyssey. Thank you, brother. And he writes, you didn't lose me, folks, did you? He writes, with those tokens, how do you handle distrust of non-whites from anti-whitism injuring you and non-whites wanting to learn about white well-being to be friends, but you feel a duty to educate, form kinship with your people more, or to spend time going free more? I don't think it's an either or, brother. We have to be on the lookout of people of all races being anti-white and feigning friendship. If somebody shows up to me and just because they're white and they're like, hey, I want to know more about anti-whitism, I treat them as a sort of a neutral. And I do the same thing for everyone, irrespective of their race. I let the conversation determine, or the encounter determine, how much more I'm going to invest or not in that individual, irrespective. Now, when you're talking about wanting to spend more time with our people, you're not going into, say, the black community to talk about contending with anti-whitism. You go to white circles. You go into places where you're going to find white people and try to bring them to white well-being. They're our brothers and sisters. But a non-white person who shows up and they're like, hey, I want to know about this. I think this is really awful. It's immoral. And it's going to ruin America, or it's going to ruin Canada for all of us. It's going to ruin the United Kingdom for all of us. Then, yeah, absolutely be willing to share with them what you share to anybody else. If you're having a particular reluctance of sharing with them that, hey, anti-whitism is evil, it harms your community too, as collateral damage to us being the target, and you're not having that suspicion about white people approaching you, what's going to end up happening is, since you have the suspicion with non-white people, none of those people will end up being anti-white and harming you. But you'll end up getting harmed by white anti-whites. Happens all the time in the white sympathetic sphere. White person shows up and they're like, hey, I hate, and then name the group. And they look at them, and they're the non-white group, and they look at them and they say, oh, you're white like me and you hate this other group. You're in. And then before you know it, there's an expose. Thank you very much for that question. It's important. Mr. V, get ready. And looks like I can see it again, folks. It's been a miracle. It's a miracle. I don't see any tags over here, or lemons, or ice cream cones. or any of that cryptocurrency on D Live. But thank you all for being there. And here goes the call to Mr. V. If this screen will open up, Mr. V will have 5 minutes. 5-6 minutes to Mr. V. Here we go.
Hello.
Hello, good sir. How are you doing, and what's on your mind tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you, brother?
Oh, I am great. I'm so glad I could address the Scott Adams thing, because people were running away with it, and it's the conclusions that a lot of folks were coming to were just unhealthy, and I hope that we can be healthier for it.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw what Elon Musk said about it.
No, I didn't. What was said?
Yeah, he made a comment. Someone else was commenting on it, and then he made a comment about it, and he said the media is racist. So he used the anti-white slur racist, but he said that for a long time it was, that anti-white slur against non-white peoples, but now it's quote racist against white people. And Patrick got in there, and if you can find Patrick's comment, folks, give it a like and a retweet. And other people are getting in there and also, mentioning to Elon Musk, hey, there's this word, you should use it. It's called anti-white. That's what the media is. It's anti-white.
Nice.
So letting Elon Musk know that it's anti-white. More people are noticing it, right? So we have to let people know where this is coming from.
Yes.
You can't just show them a kick. You got to tell them where the dojo is at, so they can get more training.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, folks, listen to Mr. V. You're 100% right. This is awesome what you're telling me. Patrick of Southtown, please DM me with that comment. I just want to mention, so Elon Musk listens to this focus of negativity on Black people, but then he responds with, hey, there's all this discrimination against or racism against white people. Is that what, did I understand that right, what you just said?
Well, he said specifically that the media is now anti-white, but he didn't use the word anti-white. He
Awesome.
said racist against whites, yes.
We need, folks, please magnify Patrick to the moon, to the moon's circling Saturn. We need Musk to learn anti-whitism ASAP. Continue, brother.
We do, and Patrick is brilliant. Patrick has become a wizard, very much like Gandalf, when it comes to Twitter, because he always puts things like dignity for all and things of this nature, right? Because he knows where people are coming from, so he always highlights that we want the best for all peoples, which we do, right? And other people are commenting and saying, hey, we want the well-being of all peoples.
Yeah.
Right? So we start with that, and then we mention, hey, we're included in all peoples. We should have our well-being too. It's wrong to be anti any race of man.
Yes.
So it's just recently, Patrick won against an anti-white that was trying to ban his account.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah, she's the one that got it, because you cannot beat him because he's genuinely coming from a place of love and everyone can see it. You can't beat this guy because he's saying dignity for all, even Westernkind, and he's speaking positively of all peoples. Even when Patrick encounters non-white anti-whites, right, he tells them, hey, you shouldn't be anti-white and you should like your own heritage.
Awesome.
Right? So he has become a total wizard when it comes to Twitter. So give Patrick a follow if you find his account. Just search Patrick of Southtown on Twitter and find his reply to Elon Musk. Find that, folks. We want to get him.
Yeah.
We got to get Elon Musk.
It would just be, if Musk started saying anti-whitism, it would be like nuclear, in a beautiful way, a nuclear bomb of flowers. It is white roses. This is the thing. It's anti-whitism incrementally has gotten to a point and will continue. It gotten to a point where it's so oppressive and onerous. It's just so burdensome that white people are on the verge of either total submission in the United States, in Canada, and so many other countries. We've already submitted in South Africa. They're on the point of just either abject submission, like where we are now in South Africa, or they're going to find the tools. Now, and those tools are these concepts. What we're contending with is what Scott Adams represented here, which is we're being totally oppressed, persecuted, etc. And then the response to that is hating non-white groups. That is a non-starter. It is a DOA. It's not going anywhere. So this we need to do. But awesome, brother. Give you back the mic. Let's see how much time you have.
I've been on for 5 minutes, brother. I got my timer on.
No, you got another. Go. You got another minute. Go.
Okay. I'll be quick. The resources on nowhiteguilt.org, folks. There are awesome images that people have made. Use those. There are ideas for white well-being work that you can do. There's all kinds of stuff to help you. Use that, right? One thing that I've noticed, brother, and thank you so much for sharing the images that I've made and that others have made. It's awesome when you make an image, you think it doesn't have that much of an impact, and then you see someone else share it and it's got a lot of views, and you're like, wow, I didn't even think that one was that good. And yeah, so that's awesome, folks. Do stuff like that. Let's make more images. Let's make more music. Let's make more art. Let's make more culture.
Awesome.
You know, because Go Free culture is white positive culture. And a big thanks to May Queen Kate, because she's freaking amazing, man.
Yeah.
That one time, the 1 million tweet,
Yeah.
she was replying to so many people, and I know because I was liking all of her replies, and I would go back and refresh, and she literally would reply to hundreds of people. No joke. No joke.
Yeah, she's amazing. Yep.
She is truly amazing. So great choice in women there, brother. Good move. Good move. Very much approved. I would encourage folks to join the Prometheum chat, join the GFCs, but number one thing above all, be consistent with your Go Free practice. This isn't just, I'm going to read the book and put it down, or I'm going to give it to people and then put it down. No, this is consistent practice.
Yeah.
You've got to get better. The faster you get better, the faster your life improves, and the faster the well-being of our people gets done. The faster we recapture our destiny. So you got to be consistent. Everything is dependent on how good you are at these Go Free skills. So get good.
Amen,
so that's
brother.
all I'll say, brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for calling in every single week. We love you. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails. Take care.
All right. That was the great Mr. V. And we are just about out of time, my friends. Hey, this has been a marvelous day. Go out to the world and share this entire week the energy that we engendered here. Tell them about Scott Adams. Tell them about that you can't find love and hatred of other groups. We need to go free. We need to be that love, hope, and redemption. I love you all. Let's go free.